everybody, and welcome back to Carry to College day number 3. Today is all about Overwatch. I am joined here by Aaron Kaliakomo from Bay State College, Lee James from Eastern High School, and Michael White from the Houston Outlaws. And we're going to run through some questions and then open it up for Q&A from our audience. But first, we are so happy to have everyone joining us for another great day of Carry to College action throughout the entire weekend. We've had over 100 collegiate recruiters looking in at a bunch of great talent through Rocket League on Friday, Rainbow Six Siege yesterday, and today we're ending with Overwatch for the spring conclusion of Care to College. But without further ado, I'll jump right into it. First, let's kind of go around the room real quick so everyone can introduce themselves and explain a little more than just what your name is and where you're from. So I'll start with Michael. Go ahead, introduce us, tell us a little bit about your past, give us the quick 60-second version.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the executive director of esports operations for Beasley Esports. What that means is I essentially run all competition operations for both the Houston Outlaws, our professional Overwatch League team, as well as Team Accelerate, our Rocket League Championship Series team, and any future expansions we will do. I have about 10 years of experience in esports, running from events to operations to production to really anything and everything. So.
Awesome. That sounds incredible to say the least. Lee James, go ahead next.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Lee James. I am a K-12. I teach high school social studies in DC. In a past life, I was an attorney and worked as a public defender. But currently, we've had a thriving. We have the biggest esports group in DC for high school and K-12. We've been in it about 5 years now, competitively for 3. And so my perspective will be a lot about like thinking from a high school coaching, high school perspective, and just excited to be here and for the opportunity to talk about esports.
Awesome. That sounds great. Aaron, go ahead next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aaron Collegiate. I am the Assistant Director of Esports here at Bay State College. We're one of the top esports programs in the country right now. We have a ton of different teams that are within the top 5 in the country. Overwatch, Rocket League, Valorant, League of Legends, Fortnite, Super Smash Brothers, the like. We offer a ton of different scholarships here at Bay State. My background, I started as a player, worked into a League of Legends coach there professionally for a while. And then after that, I started consulting for a ton of different colleges. I've worked with over 20 different colleges at this point, starting their esports program in some capacity.
Awesome. Incredible. It's always great to see everyone's efforts come together to start and really grow the grassroots scene for the younger kids, right? Pro esports professional leagues have been around quite a bit longer compared to collegiate, and even more so to high school or middle school kind of structured programming, at least. But I'm going to jump into my first question. I'm going to toss this right back to you, Aaron. Our first question of the panel is, what are some of the main things collegiate recruiters look for when recruiting players for their roster of any team?
Yeah, so it'll depend on the type of school and the type of program. So a lot of the programs right now are trying to focus on the competitive nature. So obviously that top level talent, that's what's a lot of schools are going to kind of look at first. If you're constantly top 500, if you're, challenger in League of Legends with, 1,000+ LP, right? They're going to look at that first. But afterwards, there's going to be other schools where their focus is going to mostly be on retention, recruitment, student engagement. Those are going to look for those leadership skills. If you're in the high school age and you're able to kind of go find your own academic advisor, start your esports program there, that's going to mean a lot to a bunch of different recruiters. We're also starting to see the staffing side of collegiate esports start to progress, right? So you have a lot of production students, graphic design students, videographers, casters, all starting to now get scholarships just to come to collegiate.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great for everyone to see the insight behind how to get recruited in some ways too, of what you're looking for exactly. I'm going to tweak that first question just a little bit for you, Michael. Less so for the collegiate recruiting side, but for the professional. When you go out to try to fill a roster spot for one of your teams, historically, are there any significant factors that sway your decision making?
So, yes, there is. So we obviously look for the top of the line competition. Also in a way of experience as well too, as well as what our player, ideally our team has to work as a unit. So at the same time, we have to pick someone that our team is willing to actually play with and wants to see success with in that sense. So a lot of it is dictated about, who are the top players in the game, whether it be at the professional level of competition or even looking at the collegiate level. Last year, we pulled Juby straight out of the collegiate and into the professional scene, into the Overwatch League. We took a risk and it panned out. And I do see a world where that is going to be happening a lot more so because of right now. Right now is basically just seeing how the path to pro looks in the contender scene and into the Overwatch League scene. So I do see that kind of changing in the next 2 to 3 years. Whereas people are going to be looking more into the collegiate scene as to like the top players, especially with the top level competitions such as like CECE, CECC that's going on right now. And looking at like those Overwatch players that are competing at that highest level and seeing how they do in those competitions, those high octane moments. So that way, when you go to the professional level, you have the lights, camera, stage, and you have 50 to 100,000, 200,000 people watching you online, which can be a definite big mental factor that can take a big way, and that also plays into how good of a player it can be.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something I tell, especially our younger players, our freshmen and sophomores, that as esports continues to develop and have more programming and more structure in general, we're gonna, I truly see that pathway go just like traditional sports, where everyone's gonna look to college first before they go professional, because as per the professional scenes gets better and better, they're gonna want players that are more experienced, a little more headed, et cetera, et cetera. Last but not least, Lee, for this first question, what's kind of just twisting just a little bit for you? What's some advice you give to some of your high school players as they look for a professional aspiration or a collegiate recruiting aspiration?
Sure. Well, as we were talking about kind of before this got going, um, D1 is starting to fill out some of their programs. So we're actually getting more and more interest where we are, when college coaches ask us or they ask about a player, they're asking the same things. They're asking about like work ethic. So for us at a K-12 space, that means like, are you accountable to your teammates, to yourself? Do you show up on time? Are you we're looking for players that are not just we shouldn't have to beg you to play high school esports and to show up. And so we're not coaching enthusiasm. We're really looking for those players that want to be there, that want to help set the tone and the structure and are consistently there. And they're the ones that are getting everybody else to make sure that they're rising to their level. So we get asked about that a lot. Like, what is this person like? Do they show up? Do they stay for practice? What kind of student they are in the classroom. We've been asked that consistently. I can't speak to, I know I went to college and I can appreciate wanting to know, like, once we get the person on campus, are they going to be accountable to their own schedule? Um, if they're not a great student now and don't have those great study habits, college is only going to give them more freedom. And so we want to make sure that they have those built-in study habits. They know how to balance, playing a competitive esport. Because I imagine in college, and Aaron can speak to that more, clearly, but I'm imagining that your scrim sessions and everything, that college schedule is really tough. So if you can't manage it in K-12, you're really going to struggle in college. So they ask about like what their study habits are, their relationships with their teachers, and then we get asked about like what is their role on the team? Are they a shot caller? Are they a leader? Or are they just a person that's mechanically super talented and doesn't really take on a leadership role? There are places for those people in esports, but clearly the college coaches that have inquired are looking for leaders, are looking for people that have enough understanding of the game and can communicate well with their teammates. So those are three things that we get asked about that we're trying to set goals for in the K-12 space to at least build those out so that they can continue to develop, whether it's in college or with Michael, they go into a professional scene. They have some experience setting goals, meeting attainable goals, and being a leader within that team setting.
Yeah, absolutely. To expand off of that, something that we tell all of the spin kids, as we call them, is that you need to focus just as much inside the game as you do outside the game, right? Making sure you have the right behavior, make sure you interact with your teammates appropriately, and when a college coach calls you, that you don't just say, "Okay, thanks, no thanks," as I've seen that in Discord before, and I'm like, maybe we expand those words just a little bit. But that's something that we always want to harp on the kids is, hey, really focus on both sides, inside the game, outside the game, because that's only going to ultimately set you up for more success as you look towards your next step in whoever's in your journey. For question number two, I'm going to hop back to Michael first. most athletes at the end of the day, they don't play professionally, right? There's only so many spots, and it's probably harder to get into versus traditional sports because a football team has 50 people on it. A rocket league team is just three. So what are some of the other career avenues that players can pursue in esports? As Michael, you work kind of to support those professional teams. What else can these kids start to look at as a potential career opportunity?
Yeah, so actually speaking from experience here, I would originally wanted to be a professional gamer and then eventually realized I was not going to be. So looking into different aspects, I mean, events for instance, every time an event happens, that event just doesn't magically happen. Like lights are hung, the production stage is set, the show is ran. So it's all different types of avenues in regards to events, to production, to even casting. Just as like Aaron was mentioning earlier, that colleges are now starting to give scholarships for roles outside just professional gaming in that sense because it all helps support the ecosystem. At the end of the day, teams have to have sponsors. I mean, HEB is on my jersey right now, working in a partnerships team to help sell sponsorships for teams, to even help execute those deliverables, to even marketing the team, creating content for the team. You look at all the big YouTube channels and like you look at a 100 Thieves, a FaZe Clan, like how does that content get made? Who's the people behind the camera? Who's strategizing that content? Who's seeing the picture? Who's editing the content together? So like there's a ton of different roles going together that can definitely help you get into the industry, and then from there it's just figuring out what you really want to do. I think that a lot of people, they want to get into it, and it's just until you kind of try everything and trying to see what you're good at, and what really calls to you is really where you're going to find your calling. Because at the same time too, there's also operational role in the sense of the matter of managing teams, managing the company, and managing all the different parts to make sure everything is still moving forward like a train that's not going to stop anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. That's some great insight there. Aaron, we'll go ahead and let you weigh in on this, especially since a lot of your students they're all collegiate, and their next step is, hey, where am I going to go work next if the professional aspirations don't work out? So where do you see some of your players start to gravitate towards or start to focus in on as a potential job opportunity?
Yeah, so we have a strict focus on career-focused majors. So things like business, entertainment management, computer science, right? Some of the hard sciences that you would look at, as well as nursing, which is one of the big majors at our school in particular. But we see a lot of our students gravitate towards the computer science or the business side, right? They're looking at the management part of an esports organization or working as one of the managers, a team manager, or they're looking at the computer science. Some of them want to do game design, website design, and kind of support that ecosystem from the back end. However, one of the key things that we're really seeing within the collegiate scene is internships. They are going out and creating connections with some of these larger organizations. That's why we have partnerships with things like GameHers. That's why we're working on partnerships with other professional organizations just within our area, right? So having those connections to the already established professional scene, that's going to help those students that have those aspirations move into those fields. However, we're also playing it up where students who may want to go into the business field but not necessarily esports, they're set up after college so that they're going to be able to succeed. So again, when I was working at another school prior to Bay State, one of the things that we focused on in the Career Center was looking at the student athletes, right? We had the student athletes come to the Career Center, and a lot of them were getting hired because a lot of the employers knew what it was like to work on a team, work in that kind of athletic environment. And so we're starting to see now that more employers, as they kind of move forward, they understand what it's like to be in that ecosystem and part of a team, such as an esports team. And so they're looking at those high in demand skills to hire the students.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible insight there. For you, Lee, to tweak this question just a little bit more on the high school side, I know you do a ton in the community, in and around DC to really grow opportunities for kids. Talk to us about the few kind of top two or three outside the game opportunities that you try to help facilitate for the kids to get some kind of experience as they're in high school.
Sure. Well, we can talk about Overwatch League. So one of the first experiences we had was back when we were doing like the live events. There was a home stand that was at Anthem, which in DC is Bound by the Water. And exactly like Michael described, we took like our then Overwatch team, and they were blown away at just the level of production quality and everything else. And so we spent that afternoon, between matches, obviously, but as soon as the Paris got done winning their set, then we were like, let's look at the jobs here. like what all things go into making this happen, and everything from like the merch, the production quality, I mean, stage direction, like all of these different components we make sure to highlight, as a club, and talk about like, okay, what skills, how would you even get prepared for those kind of things? And so, as I've helped build a lot of the K-12 programs here, the high school clubs that are getting started, the next step after they're actually competing is, okay, you need to figure out how to stream. You need to figure out what goes into those basic things. You need to have an active Discord and an active community. You need to be running your own social media, obviously with the supervision of adults and everything like that. But we need our students to have some experience and to try to do those things so that when they get to college, when they get to, Aaron or Michael's like get on their radar, they've already tried to, be in a club team and having streamed or be on the backside of the production so that they can then grow those skills. So I think that's really important for us, is to just try some of those skills.
Yeah, absolutely. I love you bringing up the that skills piece, and I'm going to go off script just a little bit here and ask another question of really, in y'all's opinions, what's the top two skills? And that can be anything from learning XYZ thing or being able to do ABC thing. What are those top two skills that you recommend to all of your students or coworkers or players to make sure that they're set up for their future? And I'll toss that to Aaron first.
Yeah. So, um, I'm sorry. I like you cut out there for a minute. Can you repeat
No
that?
worries.
Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. The question was, what are the top two skills that you recommend players to develop through their career to make sure that they're set up for success at
Got
the
it.
next stage?
Yep. Communication, big one, right?
Mhm.
I can't tell you how many times, right? Been working in the collegiate scene for a really long time. You are working with college students. That means that they're sometimes not going to wake up. That means that sometimes if they don't really have those, and I see everybody smile immediately, right? We were all in college. I tell my kids that all the time. They need to make sure that, they're going to be able to communicate if they're sick, if they're, they have some place that they need to go or anything, right? If they're not going to be there for a certain match, that needs to be communicated to the managers, to the coaches beforehand. And then secondary, which kind of goes hand in hand, is time management. Time management is probably the most important skill. As we've already stated beforehand, especially in the collegiate scene, you're a student first. So you're going to spend anywhere between 15 to 20 hours on your classes. You're going to spend another 15 to 20 hours in scrims practicing. And if you want a part-time job, as most of our students, they like to go to Chipotle on weekends or whatever it is, not sponsored. And they're able to, spend money on things that they're looking to do, right? So you're going to need to have those really raw skills, and you're going to need to learn ways to develop them if you want to even make it professional or if you want to even make it in the regular world.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Communication, time management, no matter what you're doing, whether it's really anything from being a family member to a coworker to a boss, if you don't have those two things, life becomes very difficult very quickly. Michael, any other skills to expand off of what Aaron said?
Be willing to learn and adapt. Things don't always go as planned, and you have to be willing to be able to adjust at a moment's notice, and not let that get to you in that sense. And then also just understand that you're not bigger than the team. We're all a team at the end of the day, and that we're all pushing towards excellence, and we're all pushing towards that championship at the end of the day. I mean, not one single person is bigger than the team itself. Our motto here at the Outlaws is we're all in, and that goes not to mention just for the championship, but that goes every single person giving their all and understanding that we're all a team pushing towards our what we consider living the dream. So
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Those are two really, really important points, especially in the light of esports. I think we all know that the toxicity and some of the ego issues in esports definitely is a little more so than some other areas or industry, and that's really important because we see that in traditional sports as kind of the next parallel example where teams that have superstars, we all see them. They like the Lakers go and get five great superstars, and then they don't win anything because the superstars are worried about scoring the most points for themselves, not how do I make the team win, right? Sometimes the best way for your team to win is for you to actually take a step back and play maybe a more supporting role, maybe, sit out for a quarter for whatever reason, right? It's about that team mentality. Lee, I'll let you answer that last. I know you kind of touched on it briefly, but anything else to expand on some skills that you really encourage your students to actively develop?
Well, as Aaron put it, I spent a lot of time in like the regular world, before kind of going into esports. Um, and, you know, whether I was applying for a job to work as an attorney, or whether I was, running a congressional race, like all of these things asked kind of the same question. We need to know, can you work within the structure of a team? And that kind of speaks to communication, but we're looking that up for that on CVs. Like if you're on a hiring panel, I'm looking through, have you worked with other people where there is a, whatever you want to call it, a win condition, whatever, we're all working toward, this is success for us. And if I don't have that in a resume and a candidate can't speak to that, that's kind of a red flag, or it's at least an unknown. Because the last thing you want is someone who's maybe brilliant, but doesn't have the ability to communicate with all of the other people in your organization that are working toward the same level of success. If you have an attorney that cannot be on a litigation team with other people, or doesn't even get along with like the secretaries who actually secretly run the show, like you are doomed for failure, like right out of the gate. And it's like that with every organization. I kind of don't care what you're talking about. Almost every job is going to require you to work within the structure of the organization and understand what everybody's role is, understand that everybody's working toward that. So using esports as a way to kind of like build your CV and say, look, to a future employer, even if it's just esports adjacent, I have team sports experience. I know how to get along with other people. I know how to work hard. And achieve something that like an employer will see that and put a little check mark next to it. I don't care if it's esports or you played football at UNC, whatever it is, like they're going to see that as something they can use in their organization. And the other one is goal setting. Every opportunity that every interview is going to ask, what's the time you've overcome adversity, or what's a goal that you've set and how did you know that you'd met it? Right. And so a lot of our students don't have a lot of practice, especially in the high school setting. They're just kind of, everything's highly structured for them. So I'm sure at college, it's a lot of sitting with them and setting goals that are not necessarily win dependent. So it's not about necessarily wins and losses. Like, what is success going to be for you, whether it's growing in this way that's measurable. And so we tell our students to like have that, be able to assess it, go back and then change if you're not meeting it, or then set new goals if you do meet it. And so goal setting and working within the structure of a team are hugely important. You can use esports to build those up for your resume, whatever you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so important, really, in your role, Lee, is to have the kids start that at an early age, right? Trying to, redo your entire kind of approach to life or working in a team when you're 25 years old is a lot harder than, maybe when you're in middle school or a freshman in high school. So it's really, really important for all of our students to really start off on a good foundation, right? Which I know you're building over there in DC, which is awesome to say the least. We have about 5 more minutes here, and I want to focus on Overwatch now. More specifically, really, we have Overwatch 2 coming out soon. It's been delayed, I think, a few times, unfortunately. But I know there's some kind of significant changes within that game coming, really to kind of respark the Overwatch scene, right? It's really huge esport a couple years ago. Some other games kind of, came more into the scene. But really, kind of the question is, what do we expect from Overwatch 2? What excites us the most as we look for, two like you, Mike, who have an Overwatch team to launch into the next phase of OWL, and then for our high school and colleges to really bring Overwatch to the next level at that competitive level. And I'll start with Aaron here first. So what are you most excited about Overwatch 2 as it comes out, hopefully soon?
Yeah, I mean, the game has been incredibly stale for a while, and that has actually led to a lot of people to leave the game, right? The last hero that we had was Echo, and in a game like Overwatch, in a game like League and Valorant, the ones that have like the main appeal for those types of games is the diversity of the characters. Everyone has something that they can relate to. I had one player who they were a Doom One Fist for a really, Doom Fist One Trick. Wow. So they were a Doom One Trick for a really long time. They ended up getting like 4-6 on that character, and they just absolutely loved playing the character, and that's how they fell in love with it. And that led them into competing more. That led them into, spreading out and looking at other roles. They were just kind of sitting in their dorm and just playing Doomfist just how they wanted to. So by including more and more characters and just adding more to the development of the game, you're going to have that fresh audience that comes in that can relate to the different choices.
Yeah, absolutely. Great insight there. Lee, what are you most excited about for Overwatch 2?
In the high school space, I mean, our students' attention span is just right. Like, if there's a new game, we're going to try it. We're all playing this. And so I'm excited that Overwatch 2 is going to bring a lot more attention back to a game that I think is the most deep and satisfying, team sports game. I'm in love with Overwatch. It's the reason I'm on this panel, and have been playing it for years since launch. I'm excited that a lot of the students that may not necessarily play it, that are attracted to the newest thing, might come back or might try Overwatch for the first time. Because again, we're competing with, Rainbow Six, Modern Warfare, whatever the newest game that's coming out, Valorant, and we don't play all of those titles. And I honestly, I think Overwatch is a great game. So more attention, bringing students back, that's going to be great for us, and it'll give me an opportunity to expand and maybe even have more than one team with development teams, or expand in DC to get even more high school teams competitive. So just new content, as Aaron says, means more students playing it, trying it, which is good for us as coaches. We want more students to latch onto there.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Love all of that. Mike, what are you most excited about for Overwatch 2?
Oh man, I'm super excited for it. I mean, with the debut of Overwatch League Season 5 being played on Overwatch 2, with the public beta coming out April 26th, there's a lot of cool things to be hyped up about. A lot of different changes being made into the game. I can't speak more so on, but we're super hyped up about it, and we're super hyped up to bring live events back with the Battle for Texas first in-person Overwatch League event in over 2 years being featured on Overwatch 2, where fans can actually go see Overwatch 2 played live on the big stage between two of the best teams in the league, for the Battle for Texas. So I'm super hyped up, man. This season's gonna be the biggest season yet, outside the inaugural season. So all I can say is stay tuned and see all the great stuff about to
Yeah,
happen.
absolutely. I remember the last Battle for Texas, and it was very, very exciting. I wasn't there in person, but I did see a lot of it. And it's always great to get everyone on LAN, right? I think that's maybe the one thing that we maybe didn't touch on too much today was the quality of any player's experience, and or audience, spectator, or even working. LAN events are just more fun across the board. I think that's something that everyone in esports agrees on wholeheartedly. We only have a few more minutes here. Last thing I want to pose, one last question for everybody for a quick answer for all of the high schoolers watching. We had a few questions come in the Discord. They're really surrounded about, hey, what's everyone's advice for a high school senior or junior upperclassman that's looking to be recruited soon, right? What's that one or two things that you can tell them that they should focus on more so, to help that their recruitability, as sometimes I call it. Lee, I'll let you go first, as you have the most high school students directly.
Make sure that you fill out your there's make sure you actually fill out your platform with stay plugged in, right? Make sure that you get, I mean, that's real. And do your best to reach out to those college teams that are in Aaron's position. I'll let him speak to that. But like, there are a handful of colleges that are in great position, but you have to sometimes take the initiative. It's esports is still growing, so do everything you can to put yourself in the networks to make yourself available. If you have a coach that has some of those connections, make sure that you're on them, and that you have you, that you're very that you're polite, or that you're really conscientious about taking it seriously when you do get the attention of a college coach, right? This is not some casual on Discord where you can be like, oh, no worries, you need to be professional. This is the same as getting a college offer to play any other sport, right? So be professional and be proactive. No one will find you sitting on your couch and not actually taking the proper steps. So the steps are: get out there and be willing to accept, rejection if it happens, and just understand it only takes one offer and one connection to really set yourself up for college. So just be proactive.
Absolutely, that's something that we encourage all of our players, is to take every single opportunity they can play in everything. Play for your, play in your high school team, play on a travel team, play in pickup teams, play in amateur tournaments, play wherever you can, and then reach out, right? Use whatever messaging or Discord or email or social media to get into contact with coaches, because that's just going to increase your opportunities at the end of the day. Aaron, what's your advice for any high school recruits looking to be recruited quickly?
Yeah, I mean, we could have spent a lot more time on this topic just in general, because again, there's so many different college programs that are out there with a bunch of different end goals, a bunch of different deliverables that they're looking to do. Again, for Bay State, again, we're looking to compete, right? We're looking for those national championships, so we're always looking for that top level talent. But we are also looking for those production staff students, right? We're looking for the graphic design students. We're also looking for the students to fill out the JV rosters so that they can learn under the varsity roster. We're looking for students that can fill out about a freshman roster, right? There's different divisions within the leagues, and esports kind of has that unique structure where your school isn't necessarily locked into, oh, okay, you're going to be D1, you're going to be D2, you're going to be D3. No, one school can compete in D1, D2, D3, D4, whatever it might be, for those different leagues. So again, it's about figuring out what you want most from a college and then finding a college that matches best to you.
Yep, absolutely. Great insight there. And Mike, I'll let you finish it off. What would you recommend high school players to do for their recruitability?
I'll be a little bit cliche here since I started my career in high school. Dream, believe, achieve was my high school motto, and honestly, still to this day, you gotta, like what Lee was saying, you have to be the one that puts yourself out there. You have to be the one that networks. You have to be the one that really truly is batting for yourself. Because if you aren't batting for yourself, no one's going to bat for you, unfortunately, in this world. You have to be the one that really is putting yourself first, and also understanding too that, like how Lee mentioned, you may get rejected, but take that as a learning experience and ask yourself, why did this happen? And then reassess yourself and then readjust moving forward. At the end of the day, you will eventually happen. We're all living the dream here, and with everybody living the dream, it's just like with traditional sports. Everybody wants to be pros, but only the top 1% make it. So you just gotta make sure that you are trying harder than everybody else is. Work harder, dream harder, believe in yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Great insight. Really, not only for kind of your next step in life, but for life in general, right? Is, believe in yourself, dream big, and then you will achieve what you want at the end of the day. So, anyways, we are out of time, everybody. I want to thank everybody for jumping on here with us here at Stay Plugged In for day number 3 of Carry to College. We have some great Overwatch action coming up shortly. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with day number 3 of Carry to College soon.
And we are live. Hello and welcome back to, of course, the Stay Plugged In Carry to College day number 3 with Overwatch. I, of course, am your host for tonight, Alexander T. Kresek, aka Master Hamster, and I am joined by the legend himself, the Space God. How are you feeling today?
Oh, great to be here. It's just another wonderful day with the Spin guys today. And of course, should be a great day of casting and a great day of games today. We have a plethora of games that we have today. I believe there's over 25 teams that'll be playing today. So that means we won't be able to watch all of them, but we should be able to watch a good bit of them, though.
Yeah, it is a fantastic day if you are a fan for high school Overwatch, high school action happening here. Of course, Stay Plugged In, that sort of pipeline from high school to collegiate, a great opportunity to get high school players and colleges connected, to start that recruiting process, get their names out, make sure that the players are looking to the different schools that are really starting to grow into the esports space. It's so exciting to see everything that this space has to offer and just to watch it constantly grow. But today we have Overwatch, and it's going to be in a best of 3 format. That's going to be through the entirety of the day. So nothing going to be changing too much on that regard. And for match number 1, we are going to be watching VPHS Spartans, which is Space God. Can you remind me which team that is again?
I believe they were, I don't have the tab up, they were located in California.
That's right.
They look like they're undefeated in their local. I believe it's their series that they do locally, but they said they're undefeated 4-0 so far. So maybe they have something to show us what they got today.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Spartans versus the Legends. What a fantastic and legendary sounding matchup that we have going on. First up. And as we take a look at kind of the map pools that we can be looking at, of course, we're going to have, as I said, it's a best of 3. So we're going to have Control, Escort, and then Assault. So that's sort of the map types that we're going to be having. For Control, of course, we've got Lijiang Tower, Busan, Oasis, Nepal, Ilios, the maps you know and love. For Escort, we've got Dorado, Watchpoint, Gibraltar, Havana, and then for Assault, we've got Hanamara, Volskaya Industries, and Temple of Anubis. So a lot of great maps. And I'm very excited to see if we'll see a trend for the maps. A lot of teams, in particularly the collegiate scene, are very comfortable on one type of map or one map specifically. So for Control, we see a lot of Lijiang Tower, a lot of Havana, and then a lot of Volskaya Industries. So I'm curious to see if that will change in the high school space.
It very well could be, like you were saying. I mean, there's all these maps and everything. There could be anything. We probably see all the maps probably by the end of the day. So, like I said, the first game. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. It was just on the tip of my tongue. But the first game should be starting up here in about less than a minute here. So while we're getting ready for that, do you know any of these teams that are playing today? You know anything about them?
Any of the teams? I'm coming into it a little bit blind, and that is due to the fact that, Stay Plugged In, it has grown to being such a massive platform that there are so many schools, so many players, so many colleges just involved with the program right now that there are just too many for me to keep track of, unfortunately. But I think that the good thing is right, if you're a player, you can join with a team, or you can join by yourself individually. If you think that you are good enough that you should be recognized by a college, you have that opportunity to get involved individually. And so a lot of these free agents are being thrown together to make up super teams essentially here.
Yeah, and it should be interesting to see who will come up on top with all of 25 teams that we have today. I mean, anything can happen. I believe we're getting ready to start here. I believe the game is getting set up.
Yeah, and it looks like, as we predicted, it is going to be Lijiang. I mean, you literally can't go wrong with this map. It is such a wonderful map, and it's a comfort pick for a lot of players. It's kind of the old staples that we just know and love to see.
Yeah, most definitely. But as we are getting ready to start here, it's going to be the Spartans in the blue and the Legends in the red here. So it should be interesting to see what both these teams can come up with. Looks like we'll have a interest. See what the can't really see the comps, but you can see the comps, but we can't really see the comps. It's going to be Legends there, as we see. We got the Reinhardt, Lucio. We got the Symmetra. Not gonna say the other names. Cassidy.
Cassidy, yep.
Not, and it's going to be. I cannot speak today. In all fairness, it is the first match of the day. But here we go. The first fight is going to be already in the middle here, with both teams going back or trying to just get some damage already off the top here. Just trying to take this early control, as this control point, as we see there. Reinhardt already going down. There's going to be one tank down, unfortunately, coming out for them.
And that's literally all the Legends need. They just need that one pick, that main tank to go down, and then the rest of the Spartans have to back away. They cannot keep engaging with their main tank gone. And we even see an immediate switch from the main tank on the side of Spartans. D-Dawn switching to the Winston, thinking that may be a better choice at the end of the day here.
Yeah, as we see now the Legends have taken the point control now. They have control over it and trying to get some of these percents racked up now, as the Spartans are going to be trying to do something to try to take back this point so far. But just still a lot of damage coming out, not a lot of deaths coming out from both sides. It's pretty, got good healers, good damage coming on both sides. But yeah, you got a good wall coming up from there, and that should definitely slow the push of the Spartans for right now.
Yeah, we see ultimates being dropped on the side of Coalescence coming down, wall coming down. D-Dawn gonna pick up the main tank on the side of Legends, and we're also gonna see Beat from Lucio go down as well. Players are dropping left and right. Cassidy's gonna lose the duel, and Moira gonna pick up the main support on the side of Spartans, and just so much is happening. These trades are going back and forth so much.
Yeah, just so much damage coming out, as you see so far. I mean, Legends right now are just getting all these kills, and Spartans just cannot keep up. The point is contested, but it may not just be enough, as we're already 50% on to the percentage for the Legends so far. And plenty of ultimates from both sides. We got 3 ultimates coming out from the Spartans, and there goes one. Earth Shadow right there gets sank down on the Cassidy there, and that's going to be just even more damage coming out for the Legends here.
He did not need to do it to the Cassidy there. The Cassidy was by himself. No one was around, but just to secure even more pressure, because now with the Cassidy down on the side of Legends, they need to wait even longer, but they do have a great pickup on the Baby Diva. Are we going to see this grab be used?
I mean, you very well could see this grab be used. I mean, they got, but Zane takes one out, but it's going to be, so many kills coming out from Reaper. 3 kills coming out from Reaper so far. There's going to be a major push coming out from the Spartans here. And that's what the Spartans need to get that point control, which they just did there. And, the great play coming out from, I believe it was going to be Reaper on the Hanzo there. Just wonderful shots, wonderful kills coming out from him. And that's going to be point control going to the Spartans.
Yeah, but again, if you're the Spartans, you have to be so careful here. You have to be so careful, because if you lose one fight, the Legends can just take it back and capture the point and win this map. Legends starting to come back, starting to come alive here.
Yeah, Legends are right now, they got their players back, and they're going to try to get a push coming out right now. They're already getting some kills up, and Reaper actually takes down one of them as well. It's going to be Zane taken out by Reaper. That's going to be one of the damages down. That could slow down the push of the Legends, or the Spartans. But look, Legends have point control again. So Spartans need to do something before they get to that 100% here. Into overtime we go. And Symmetra with 4 kills on the board now. And that's going to be that's going to be a team kill coming out. And that's going to be it. That's how you win it right there. Legends with a team kill at the end to keep the Spartans from going any farther there. Wonderful plays coming out from Legends.
Yeah, what a fantastic round on Li Zheng in the Towers variety. But, oh my goodness. Again, though, we saw the Spartans. They were able to win that fight. But at that last point there, at that last part, even before they lost any members, before they lost any of that fight, they were backing off. They were giving up pressure to the Legends, even though they knew that they needed to hold on to it. So I think for this map in particular, I'd really like to see the Spartans sticking together a bit more, pressing their advantage when they have it, and not giving up space like we saw there. The Legends, just a formidable opponent at the moment.
Yeah, most definitely here as we're getting ready to start it up back once again. As I lost my screen, there we go. As we're starting back up here with the second match of the first round of the day so far. And, you know, already Saint getting another insane kill there. Saint has been looking unstoppable just throughout this whole thing. Definitely one of the main damages for this team. As point control already going to the Legends, that's what the Spartans need to watch out for, is this early push coming out from the Legends here. As Saint, you know, Saint is looking good on the Spartans as well, as soon as, you know, everyone on both of these teams. But, you know, just a lot of heals, a lot of damage coming out. But what a Earth Shatter coming out there. That's going to be kills racking up for the Legends here. That's going to be basically everyone dead for the Spartans, and that's going to just continue the Legends, just their grasp on the Spartans is just continuing, as we are getting more percentage on the board coming up for the for Legends here.
Yeah, and again, we see this again. Even though Saint was getting these early picks, this early aggression, the Spartans were still just sitting back. They were letting the Legends cap the point even before the Shatter came down. And at that point, you're just losing time. You're losing advantage, even though you get great picks like on Pineapple Man, who was popping off last game. It's something that the Spartans really need to take into consideration. And we see Beat go down, the aggression happening.
Ooh.
Oh, the Immortality Field is going to save the Reinhardt, but is it enough as the Spartans are getting fully pushed back? We see Dragons come out. It's going to find two, while also and Diva Bomb going to come out as well, not finding anything, but it doesn't matter because the Legends are still going to be picking up kills.
Yeah, I mean, still a bunch of kills come out from Legends here, and Spartans are just trying their best to try to get this point so far. And they're just doing what they can, but it's just so close from Spartans from taking the point, but it's just not enough. As 2 kills coming out for the Legends here, as Diva gets the damage down, not damage, the tank down on the Reinhardt here. It's still contested, still anyone's game. People are still going back and forth between kills here, but it looks like Legends are going to come up on top here and still be able to hold the point as they're pushing the Spartans off the point here. 90%, getting very close. The Spartans need to figure out something to do it pretty quickly before the Legends just instantly just end this first map here.
No, that's it.
Double kill. Double kill coming out for Reaper, but it may not be enough here. But we're in overtime. It's, you know, the Spartans are still holding on. They still got the Diva on the point now as they're trying to take it. You know, Diva just taking this time off the clock for their team to get back, but it's just not going to be enough here. It's just still into overtime.
Oh my gosh, how is Baby Diva still alive? What the heck?
On 24 health at that, too. Just getting shot at, it just won't die. It eventually does die, but that may be it. That Symmetra was going crazy. Symmetra got so many kills that round, and that's going to be Legends for map number 1.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the play of the game is. It's probably going to be that Shatter that we saw at the intro, or it's going to be Pineapple Man with the 4K that we saw before.
Yeah, this was just an insane kill coming out. I mean, this is what ended the game. It just got a team kill at the very end. It's 3 coming out just instantly right there and gets another one right there. And then Zane and the Reinhardt just finishes off the other 2.
Yeah, you cannot let that Symmetra run free, get free real estate on your backline like that. The Sim just does so much damage at the end of the day. And I think the big takeaway from here is the Spartans kept losing their main tank, their Reinhardt for the most part. And when you lose your main tank like that, the whole fight collapses. It crumbles. It gives opportunities, especially when you're only running a single shield like a Reinhardt and then having a Diva as that off tank. It collapses the rest of your team comp, and it opens things like that Shatter that we saw on the second round of Lijiang to really open up the rest of your team. So what I'd like to see is Spartans either trying to protect their main tank a bit more, making sure that he is being healed up and topped off, or the main tank maybe playing around corners a bit better. I'm just not sure right now, because man, Legends are looking legendary as expected.
Yeah, they've been looking very unstoppable for that first match there. Like I said, a lot of good kills coming out from both sides, and we did see a lot of good plays and a lot of good things coming out from the Spartans here, but just wasn't enough just to hold on to that win there. But maybe, you know, different map, different strats, we could see the Spartans maybe come back on top here. But for right now, it's Legends for that first map win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you bring up a great point, right? a lot of control. There are some teams that really like control because it is very brawly. So you can run this kind of brawl meta with, the Rhine, the Diva, or even the Zarya. So a lot of players like to run for that brawl meta. But if we move into Escort, depending on the map, and it looks like it's going to be Dorado, you're not going to be running that same brawl comp. You're probably going to be running. I'm assuming we're going to see some double shields happening here. Maybe like a Sig Orisa on defense. So there is that change of strategy, change of pace even, that may indeed play more strongly to the Spartans' strengths here.
Yeah, and it could go either way, just depending on like how the Spartans may be better on one comp than another. And that may have been the case for the last map. Different maps offer different strategies, like you were saying. So see what they would be choosing here today. So Legends, interesting comp coming out from the Legends. Actually, I haven't really seen that kind of comp been played a lot. So it'll be interesting what they can do with it as we see Spartans. What the Spartans have chosen for comp wise is usually about what you see in this kind of map here. But you can have the best comp, but it just depends on how you play the comp. You can have every character you need and all the the perfect comp, but it just depends on how you play it. So it'd be interesting to see if both these teams can really execute on both of those comps and do well with them.
Yeah, and what we see here is we see the Spartans, they're running maybe not necessarily an orthodox double shield, but it is going to be a double shield comp. I think D-Don is just really comfortable on that Reinhardt, which is totally fair. Reinhardt's a very good character. And then on the side of Legends, we see a very dive-heavy comp. They're going to try to just get the Spartans off of this main point, but Saint, again, another great opening pick.
And that's exactly what the Spartans need to do. Have these good opening picks, just try to take control as early as they can. The earlier you get control, the better chance you usually have of holding that point here. We see Reaper get a kill on Dan. That's going to be both the damages down, so that's really going to slow down the push of the Spartans so far.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I completely agree with this. The Spartans giving up their high ground to all collapse onto the point. I feel like they were in such an advantageous position. Of course, Saint can just get back up there, but the rest of the team now is stuck on the ground with the Legends, and that's what they want. They want to have an easier fight for themselves by fighting on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, just a lot of damage coming out from both sides, but, heals are just coming in. So you're not really seeing a lot of kills here, but they're seeing Legends here trying to just push up, just try to get under that bridge here, as it does take down the Junkrat of the Reaper there. So that may be what he needs to do just to get it forward here.
Yeah, that Junkrat disappeared. Echo's damage output so much, but 5 health. Pineapple Man trying to survive, gonna get taken out.
Yeah, this Pineapple Man unfortunately can't do anything there, but Saint actually gets Bob out and does take down the Winston of the Legends there. But, Legends are still right there just trying to push forward and just trying to do what they can. Spartans are just holding on for dear life as Zane gets a good kill on the Saint. That's going to be a damage down from the Spartan side there. Just, they're just trying to do what they can there. Just an ultimate kill coming out. There's going to be 2 kills coming off the Tracer there. That's going to be 3 people down for Spartans, and Legends are going to probably get this first point unless somebody can touch it, but I believe, yep, this is going to be the first point on the board coming up for the Legends here. But lots of ultimates, 3 ultimates from both sides here, and almost 1 coming out from the Mercy there, but just obliterated. Jay gets just obliterated there on the side there. Nothing you really do about it. Just unfortunate. Just gets caught out from the rest of his team there.
Yeah, the Baptiste was just stuck in that in that whirlwind of pain. Honestly, no way to escape. We see the Moira go up and give the Zen a little bit of a head pat, a little bit of a kiss before heading back into battle. And we saw the coalescence coming out from the Moira just so effective, but the Junkrat dealing so much damage to take down the Moira. We see ultimates coming out as well. Transcendence is popped. We see the Flux being popped as well. Valkyrie popped, and we saw Tracer Bomb, Winston ultimate, just ultimates left and right being thrown out.
Yeah, this is definitely an ultimate fight right now. It's just going to be who can utilize the ultimates the best. But trades coming out there. There's going to be Pineapple down on the Echo there. It's going to be damages down from both sides as The Saint goes down as well. There's me Winston killing the Saint there, but the Reinhardt does get res for the Spartan side. Junkrat gets a double kill actually. Spartans maybe trying to take this bat here as the Winston goes down on the Legends as well. This is going to be, the Spartans have a good hold here so far, as there's still plenty of time on the clock for Legend to do something. But what an insane play coming out from the Spartans there.
Yes, what an incredibly insane play. We talked about the main tank being so important. The Mercy in the middle of the fight flew down and rezzed D-Don, the main tank, the Reinhardt, and walked away with their life somehow. And then, of course, we saw that beautiful Junkrat ultimate, which, as we watch, Junkrat's going to get taken down. Mercy's being pushed by the Tracer. Immortality Field's going to come down as Mercy flies away, so it's not going to protect her, and the rest of these Spartans
Saint with the double kill.
But
yes, Saint just got a double kill there, took out the Diva. It's going to be down to the baby Diva. Saint just doing all the work for the Spartans here for this fight right now. Just doing so much damage here. This is going to be baby Diva as he takes down Saint. Baby Diva just took down Saint, but it's going to be Diva back up now, just trying to do something for her team. It's going to be Spartans still having a hold though. But Legends are going to be regrouping here. Just do what they can now. It's going to be, Zane gets a ultimate kill with the Tracer there on the Junkrat there. But here we go. Here goes another fight with the Spartans now. The Spartans are going to be trying to push it up here as Winston gets his ultimate out. He does get one kill, as does Pineapple. But looks like the Reinhardt did get pushed off though, unfortunately.
Yeah, and with that, we are going to see Legends push forward. Not much left that the Spartans can do. Can they hold the Legends on the checkpoint 3? This is a lot easier because the spawn room is right next to the final checkpoint at the end here. But Pineapple Man switching over to the Hanzo and just dealing so much damage. Poor Reaper is just going to keep getting hit. The Junkrat player on the side of Spartans just keeps getting hit, keeps getting taken out early.
Yeah, and the Legends is having a good push so far against the Spartans. They're just doing what they can to try to, just so many kills racking up for Legends just right there. As the Diva bomb goes out, but Saint gets one kill onto the Hanzo there. Must be Diva taking out Junkrat as well. And that's going to be pretty much the point there, but it's going to be,
it's going to be it, yeah.
At the last second. There's going to be the Saint at the last second there, but they're going to be trying to push up, and that may be it. It's going to be a 3-0 for Legends here. Round 1 is going to be complete. Just so many insane plays coming out on that map. Definitely a lot more aggression coming out from the Spartans, just trying to do what they can to do that damage that they needed to have. And yeah, going to go on the round number 2 now, seeing what the Spartans can do on the attack.
Yeah, and honestly, the Legends are looking so very strong. Of course, it is still possible the Spartans can get an advantage or end up here. So if you're a Spartans fan at home, all hope is not lost. 2 minutes and 22 seconds is a pretty healthy bank for the Legends, but the Spartans can indeed push the payload all the way to checkpoint 3, and we can go into overtime in that regard. So have no fear if you're a Spartans fan. All hope is not lost. I think on the side of the Spartans, they really need to be playing around Saint, who is the player to be looking out for. This player has been absolutely backpacking the rest of the team. And we're going to see a switch off of the Cassidy onto the Pharah. I think this is a great choice, honestly. Pharah is a great option to just kind of put down pressure onto the opposing team, and we know that Saint can hit these shots, so especially with the Mercy pocketing them, I think that this should be a good way to get Legends off of this high ground, although we see the Legends picking a similar dive comp that we saw in the last time, so they're probably not going to stay on this high ground for very long, but we'll have to see. And of course, Saint already taking some shots at the Legends.
Yeah, and here we go, the first initial fight coming out from the Spartans and Legends here. And this will be good for the Spartans if they want to get some points on the board to just try to do as much damage in the early stage of this match here. And the Soldier does take out the Winston there, but Soldier instantly goes down in the Zenyatta there. And they're just trying to do what they can. They are going to be pushing it forward, but just a lot of kills coming out from the Legends right now. And the people from, or the team, or the Spartan is slowly deteriorating here, but still a lot of kills coming out, as we got 2 kills coming out from Saint, or 1 kill coming out from Saint and 1 coming out from the Diva there. Just, Spartans is getting all this damage out for the Legends right now, just trying to do what they can in this scenario that they're in right now. And, they are pushing forward. They do Saint just showing what he can do with as we do have the pharmacy here. Saint just, showing off these skills on the far right here, just doing what he can, just get some of these, or most of these kills. And, he's doing a pretty well job at it so far.
Phenomenal job, indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen the Spartans, they push through checkpoint 1. There is absolutely no contention on the side of the Legends. 5 minutes on the clock for the Spartans, just showing how dominant, how strong that they are on their map pick. And they're really showing why this Dorado is one of the maps that they wanted to go to because of how quickly they were able to push through.
Yeah, most definitely is. Oh, nasty shot coming out from the Asher onto the Pharah. And that's going to be just, it's called, I call it the caster curse.
Yeah.
Every time you're looking at someone, they instantly die. But a lot of kills now coming out from the Legends here. Legends maybe trying to take back this point here, just try to do as much damage as they can, which they're doing. And the Spartans are just going down one by one here, and it is going to be Legends for the point hold at this point so far.
Yeah, but you got to look at the ultimates. Spartans just about have every single ultimate available to them. The Legends did, in fact, use a couple ultimates last fight, so the ult advantage is going to the Spartans, and we're probably going to see a bunch of ultimates used here. Coalescence and Transcendence both being used right now, immediately.
Yeah, Spartans have all their ultimates available for use, and they're definitely going to be trying to utilize it as they are right now. But still kills coming out from Legends. Legends say you don't need ultimates to win. They're just getting most of these kills, or some of these kills right now. But Diva Bomb did take out the Zenyatta there as well. But this the hamster just going ham so far. As Legends just take out the Spartans. Spartans still have 3 ultimates available for their use, but Legends just wow.
Yeah, that hurts a little bit, and we see again a Reaper, the soldier on the side of Spartans, going down again. They are gonna get a res, but I'm not sure how worth it is. Especially, they just need to regroup. It hurts, right? We saw the Spartans; they had the ult advantage. They shouldn't have lost that fight, but somehow they get split up. They get broken apart. D-Dawn is taken out early from a flank with the Hammond, and then the Hammond bombs just in such good position. We see Ash getting Bob out as well. Ultimates are going to be trading. D-Dawn's going to pick up 1, but is it enough?
Not enough. Just, so many trades coming out from both of these sides. So many kills just going back and forth and back and forth, and all of them are just going down one by one here. But it looks like it's going to be Legends still with the point advantage here so far. Just well done coming out from them. Just so many kills and still kills coming out. You gotta watch out for that, Diva. You gotta watch out for the bombs there coming out from the hamster. But Legends still having a grip on the Spartans here, and time is dwindling down. So time is money when it comes to these kind of games here.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. We are now less than half the amount of time that the Spartans started out on this checkpoint too. The Legends just holding them so well on this corner. They need to do something, need to switch something up. Soldier Ultimate's going to come out. Of course, auto aim is coming out along with the Coalescence. Just so much damage they cannot sustain, they cannot survive.
Just so many kills coming out from Legends there, especially on Pineapple Man on the Soldier there. Just taking out most of the Spartans now. There's going to be another team reset coming out from the Spartans. With less than 2 minutes on the clock, it's still a lot of kills coming out.
Yeah, and we see the only person who can take down Pineapple Man is Pineapple Man himself. Very unfortunate. But again, it almost doesn't matter on the side of the Legends. They are still able to hold this. We see the Spartans push the payload up a little bit further, but they are still behind. They have the ult advantage, so can they do something? Coalescence is going to come out now. The Legends don't have too much to offer. Zane gonna get taken out. This is a perfect pick that the Spartans need to capitalize on.
Yeah, the Spartans definitely need to capitalize on that. That's one of the big Diva Bomb just gets 2 of them. It doesn't matter who you kill on Legends, they just came back swinging. And that's most of the Spartans are going to be down. That's going to be another team reset coming out from the Spartans, as you're going to be waiting for the rest of your team to come back there. I can't even believe it. There's so many great kills coming out from Legends. Even when the Legends look cornered, they're still fighting back, and it works out for them.
Yes, indeed. And the Legends just putting on the pressure, not allowing Spartans to take any moment of rest at all. We see them chasing down any of the stragglers, making sure that the stagger time is even longer so that there's more and more time wasted. But also Legends know when to retreat, like we're seeing right here, just making sure to poke the opposition. We see Diva's going to re-mech and has a Diva Bomb. Tracer Ultimate's not going to find anyone, but is going to disrupt the Spartans. They need to make a push here. They have 20 seconds. This is probably going to be the last fight. Diva Bomb goes down. We see a little bit of a wait, but it's not going to catch anyone as Zane wins the 1v1 again, killing the Cassidy.
Just so many good kills. Like even when both these teams just look like they can't do anything, and they always come out with something. But a lot of kills coming back and forth on the Legends there. Spartans are getting a couple kills on the board as well. But it looks like Legends still just have the advantage here. But we see the Winston on the point now, just trying to do what he can. See him Saint, Saint couldn't get any picks here. Oh, insane shot coming out from Saint there, but it's not going to be enough. As you know, Legends are going to be the winners of this first game of the day.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah, the first match of the day, Legends going to take it 2-0, winning out on Lijiang and now on Dorado. We get to see the play of the game. It is on the side of Legends, a perfect Diva Bomb. Gonna find, actually, it was a great immortality field, and then the rest of the team just being taken out. Saint, again, trying to do their very best to hold together the team, but in the end, just wasn't enough.
Yeah, look, I'm not a loss of words. There were so many great plays coming out from both of them, and half the time, it looks like all hope was lost, and then out of the blue, like either one of these teams just came up with something that's so insane. And that's what they need to do. To win the game, you just got to come up with something unexpected to be able to win the game, which is exactly what the Legends did. Legends come up on top. You got to give it to the Spartans, though. The Spartans have a great plays. I believe it was a Saint on the Spartans, definitely showing what he can do. There's so many great kills. Definitely want to keep an eye on Saint for that game. It was definitely. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken here, we're going to be going into a break here and just waiting for all the teams to finish up on the first round. It will be moving on to the second round. So you got any closing remarks?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a fantastic matchup. Spartans versus the Legends, an incredible matchup to start off the day. I can't wait to see more. Of course, while we're talking about players to look out for, yes, you have to look at that hit scan DPS on the side of the Spartans. Saint almost single-handedly trying to carry the team on their back, doing a fantastic job. But also, I want to give a shout out to the Mercy player as well. I believe it was that one cat. Also doing a fantastic job. Crazy reses, crazy pocketing. Just, at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do. But if we look on the side of Legends, man, kill after kill after kill. All of those players were phenomenal. I can't even pick out an MVP from the side of Legends because they were all so fantastic. I think Zane was doing really, really well on that second map. But on the first map, of course, it was Pineapple Man who was just dominating with that Symmetra.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Just insane plays coming out from both sides. And it'll be interesting to see what the Legends can bring to us in the future. But as we're speaking of the game, I'm seeing the chat is very active so far for the Twitch channel. So it's good to see that everyone's being pretty active so far and not being somewhat friendly. As I say that, I look at I've been looking at the chat and yeah.
Well, it's all friendly, all good. We're all here to learn, to get better, to play, and to show off for colleges, right? I mean, that's why we're all here. There's no need for negativity. It's all friendliness. These games are all in good fun. Of course, there is a little bit of cash money at the end. But the main thing, the main mission is to get your name in front of colleges, get recognized, and potentially start playing for some colleges, because that is really where the esports landscape is growing and moving towards. And that's what makes me so excited about things like Stay Plugged In and their mission, because man, they're really on the up and up there. They're at the head of this curve here. and I cannot wait for more. But I think for that, we are going to be taking a short break. Don't go anywhere. Maybe grab some water, some popcorn, as we still have plenty more Overwatch coming up. We'll see you in a little bit.
Alrighty, well, welcome back to another. I believe I'm just getting a feedback there, but I think we're good now. But yeah, like I said, welcome back. We are getting ready for the second round here. The game that we're gonna be watching is gonna be Monarchs versus Saturn's Moons. Saturn's Moons. That's a very interesting name for an Overwatch team, I believe. Yeah. So
Don't worry. We have got some fantastic names in this bracket. One of my favorite is Pancake Pals and Bag Alert.
there's also Pepega.
Yeah, there's some fantastic names, but yeah, Saturn's Moon's a great name as well. And off to a great start this morning. They beat CCHS Inferno. Monarchs got a bye, so they've just been waiting in the wings. Sometimes that's better for the long game, for the fatigue, but other times, they haven't had that warm-up game like Saturn's Moons did, and they won handily 2-0, I believe.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, all the teams that didn't have a bye game actually won 2-0.
Yeah.
So, all the teams that won were looking pretty dominant. And I don't believe we had any upsets. I believe we had one upset. It was like a 16-17. I believe that was an upset. But as we are going to be playing on Lijiang Tower once again here.
I mean, I think this just goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's just such a comfort map for so many players, and it's such a solid map. Of course, we're starting on Lijiang Towers in the garden version of this map. I love it because there's so many opportunities to get knocked off or booped. So we are probably going to see some Lucio or some sort of boop character. And I think it looks like both teams are hovering the Lucio, at least for right now. It's honestly a great opportunity and a great time for players to play that brawl comp that we were talking about earlier, where they can get up close and personal and just kind of fight it out. Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Monarch's comp is entirely, because the way that we see it, we can't see the whole thing. But anyways, the first map coming out here is first attack here. First attack coming out here is already looks like it's gonna be Saturn's Moon just pushing in and just clearing out all the Monarchs here so far. Actually, no, it's gonna be Monarchs trying to clear out Saturn's Moon so far, but it's gonna be Saturn's Moon's with the point advantage here, or not point advantage, but just the point control for here right now. They're just trying to do what they can, and just a lot of damage coming out, but not a lot of kills coming out just yet. Well, I was just gonna say that.
We see ultimates popping left and right here. We see the beat coming down Saturn's Moons, as well as the shatter right into the wall, so it's not going to get anything. Dragon's going out as well, and the rest of Monarchs are falling to Saturn's Moons, as we see Ana getting that bionic grenade kill as well. So that this means that Saturn's Moons are in the lead right now. They have point advantage, and when we're looking at seeding, Monarchs is seeded higher, but when we were talking about the fact that Saturn's Moon did have that game to warm up on, they are coming into this warm. Monarchs probably coming into this cold, and that can mean the world of a difference. The only ultimate to speak of right now is, of course, that Ana ultimate. Can they use it to the advantage? Probably going to ult that Rhine if the opportunity presents itself, and it does.
Yeah, just, Saturn's Moon had that good initial push. They had all the ultimates they needed to push in, which they used. They used most of their ultimates that they had here. But there is still a lot of ultimates going to be racking up here, as the Saturn's Moon's going to be pushing out the Monarchs here. And still just a lot of damage coming in from the Saturn's Moons here, as Birch takes out Zach on the Symmetra there. And it is still going to be Saturn's Moons for, the advantage. And they're just trying to do what they can still, just Monarchs not able just to push up on the point here. They're trying to do what they can. Just 61 or 62% now on the board for Saturn's Moons. We see Monarchs do something here before, they don't have time to do anything. And Monarchs do have some ultimates on the board for them as well. And so
they absolutely, dude. We're gonna see all of those ultimates coming out right now. We see Wall and Bomb go down, and we see Shatter as well. It's gonna find one at least. Actually, Shadow's gonna knock the May off, and oh my gosh, Dragons gets eaten in the midst of that fight. We see the Diva on the side of Monarchs is going to eat the Dragons, but it is too little, too late.
Kill.
Yeah, we see the Saturns get that team kill, and this is really where we see Saturn's Moons holding advantage. I don't even think Monarchs can touch the point in the amount of time that they have left.
Let me just say, Messi on the Lucio just got like 3 or 4 kills in that one battle. Gets another one again. Booms off the Baptiste there. That's going to be symmetric. Takes down the Diva as well. This is still going to be point advantage going to Saturn's Moon as a beatdown goes down as well coming out from Lucio. But still a lot of kills from Saturn's Moon. Just one by one goes down. This maybe was a team kill. Just kills just come out of nowhere right there. Symmetra just had like 3 or 4 kills just in that little period of time, and that just got Saturn's Moon the win there. Just not what the Monarchs want to see, even though they're seated higher. It's just the Monarchs, like you said, probably just warming up, but that is just very unfortunate.
Yes, indeed. Something interesting that we've seen on Lijiang for both this match and the last match that we watched, the Legends versus the Spartans. One of the teams always kept that Symmetra, and the Symmetra on either team was always popping off. So we see on the side of Saturn's Moon, sub farts on that Symmetra just going insane. But you're right, we can't overlook the other players like Leon with that beautiful eat of the Dragons, or Messi with those environmental kills. And here we go, a strong start from Monarchs rushing in with that Junkrat.
Yeah, just instantly just going in there, just getting a lot of damage onto the Monarchs there, just pushing him out. Or the Monarchs pushing on the Saturn's Moon, just getting all the or trying to get the damage what they can. But not a lot of kills coming out just quite yet. But you know, Monarchs are still right there, just trying to do what they can against Saturn's Moon. Just Monarchs right now, just getting a lot of damage. They did eventually push him out, and are going to be taking point control now. And as you see, Jacob gets a kill on the Reinhardt onto the other Reinhardt. So it's going to be a tank down on Saturn's Moon. And oh, what a bomb going out from Junk right there as he takes down one of the damages as well. And Monarchs still have the point advantage here and still going to be holding against Saturn's Moon. But ultimates are starting to be going up right now as we do see some coming out, or some ultimates coming out. Maybe in use for the Monarchs here, as the Monarchs do have some ultimates coming out here. And we see the, on the, oh, we got to watch out the side there. How did he not die? I do not know.
That? Yeah, that's crazy. The Junkrat tire. Oh my gosh, ultimate's coming out. Walls from both of them. And the beats.
That's so many. Saturn's Moon has had like 5 ultimates coming out at once here, and it's going to be just a lot of damage going onto the Monarchs here, and Saturn's Moon may be able to take this point back. As this got one more, yeah. What? So many kills just racked up for Saturn's Moon as they pretty much used all their ultimates in that one little fight right there.
How is this Junkrat still alive? This Junkrat has been living on the point for so long, just preventing Saturn's Moons from getting anything. And in fact, it's allowed the rest of the Monarchs to come back before they even got the point. So Monarchs are still taking up on the point. The Junkrat hasn't gone down. It's still alive, still getting kills. And we see more kills going in favor of Monarchs here.
Monarchs are just taking grasp with Saturn's Moon. You know, Saturn's Moon didn't have the good push there, but Monarchs are just coming back strong, and they are going to still hold on to that point advantage. They're 80%. This could go to a 1-1 and go to the third round, or third match for this first round here. But just Monarchs having a great hold against Saturn's Moon so far.
Absolutely fantastic push, and this is going to have to be Saturn Moon's last push if they want to keep this game alive. They need to touch point, they need to prevent it, and they are going to get it. And we see sometime picking up some kills left and right on the Hanzo. Saturn's Moon's pushing in, they are going to get point control.
Oh, yeah, Saturn's Moon just got like 5 kills in that just little short time there, and you know, Saturn's Moon, like you said, did take the advantage against Monarchs here. Just 11% now. The Monarchs were so close. They are 99%.
What a
getting
good
that 100%
wall.
there. Oh, there's a lot of kills coming out from them so far. This is exactly what they needed to do, just to be able to hold on to this point here. As you know, Saturn's Moon may be able to clutch back and try to hold this point until the very end, but it's going to be very hard for them as the Monarchs are going to be trying to get on the attack once again, try to take the point back because they only need 1% and maybe bring it into overtime for this match here. But still a lot of kills coming out now. May going into hiding, going on the iceberg there. There's gonna be some time now. Has his ultimate, may be able to use it, just try to push back the Monarchs even more.
Yeah, these walls from some parts are incredible. They're so good. They're splitting the team left and right. And I don't know if you saw it last fight, Birch using the Shatter, not finding anything, now has their ultimate back. Birch, of course, being the Rhine for Saturn's Moons. We're going to see a teleport from Monarchs trying to get around this defense. Blizzard's going to go down. Wall is also going to go down. And now it is a free-for-all on the point.
Yeah, definitely a free-for-all is going to be the main brawl here. Junkrat gets a good double kill, but so many things happening at once. This Birch gets the Shadow kill as well. But it's going to be Symmetra getting kills as well. This is going to be in the favor of Monarchs so far, as Saturn's Moon is trying to do what they can. But it's going to be Monarchs with the point advantage, as they just get so many kills racked up here.
Yes, and again, I want to point out a little bit of these micro plays happening here. Dimitri, the diva on the side of Monarchs, eating another dragon ultimate, another ultimate on the side of
And there it
Saturn.
is, Monarchs take it.
Just
1-1
doing
now.
so much. Yeah, we
So
tied up.
Yeah, so many insane plays coming out from the Monarchs there.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean, both sides, honestly.
Yeah, Monarchs definitely showing what they can do, and Saturn's Moon's definitely, with that, I can't talk again. When the snowstorm came out, it did slow them down, and, just made just definitely something that they want to have in this kind of match, is, like you said, the split up. But it is going to be changing up the comps a little bit for both sides here. We see a Doomfist coming out from the Monarchs, and the Saturn's Moons has basically changed up their whole thing. They'll be running a pharmacy as well. This should be interesting.
And this is kind of the comps that we see on Night Market for Lijiang. I think the Doomfist can work really well. We, of course, are going to see Sims from both sides so that they can teleport up top, get onto the point faster. We actually didn't see a teleport from the side of Saturn's, which is very interesting that they teleported in a different location. And oh my gosh, the turret's gonna get a kill. And wow, kills on the side of Monarchs, but quickly Saturn's Moon's fighting back. Monarchs, though, gonna end up winning out at the end of the day.
Yeah, Monarchs are gonna have this point and hold here, as they cannot do anything against Saturn's Moons can't do anything against the Monarchs right now.
Yeah, Saturn's Moons is a good name, but now that we're casting, it becomes harder and harder in the moment to say Saturn's Moons quickly while everything is happening left and right.
I'm sure something will come out and they'll understand what I'm saying at least. But yeah, just kills coming out. This guy, the trade coming out. There's gonna be the far down coming from Saturn's Moons now. There's gonna be Zach there, but it does get revived though, so Saturn's Moon may be able to have a good push on the point here. But it's a lot kill coming back and forth. Actually, it's gonna be a Reinhardt down for Monarchs. And now they're gonna be pushing in, or trying to push in now. There's still a lot of damage coming in. We gotta watch out for those. They're critically low there, very low, but now we see some parts on the far end now, on the top, with the either right behind them now. They're gonna be trying to capture the point, and they're now on the point. Earthshatter coming out now. There's gonna be 2 kills coming out from Saturn's Moons against the Monarchs, and Zach comes out, actually gets the far down as well, but it still may go in the Monarchs, but Saturn's Moons is getting a lot of kills right now. Just one more to go, as just slowly trying to get on the point now, but still someone's on the point and they're just unable to get it. The point is still contested. Monarchs are doing a great job at doing that, but no, this gets pushed off there as Jacob gets pushed off by the Pharah.
Yeah,
and, now they do take the point.
Yeah, and this is what we saw last map as well on Tower. This just back and forth between these two teams. I really do think that Monarchs was coming into this cold, unlike Saturn's, who had that warm-up. And so we saw Saturn's kind of steamroll that first map, but now it is so competitive. Beat's going to come down, Valkyrie's going to come down, and Window is going to come down on the side. Oh my gosh, Justice is raining from above. So much damage. The Monarchs cannot stay alive from all of this damage.
Yeah, Saturn's Moon is having so much damage here so far, and they basically pushed off most of the Monarchs off the point as they're doing right now, and still being able to hold on the point now as they are on 40%. But the Monarchs have 69%, nice, and they're just trying to do what they can in the end here, but still just insane. Like, there's just so much to talk about within these games, as both teams just having all these kills and all this damage, and they're just doing it so well. This is just such a high class of gameplay here so far.
Yeah, Window's going to come down. Shatter also going to come down, get a couple of the back lines, but that shield is going to protect a majority of the Monarchs. And now Lucio taking out both the Immortality Field and the Ride. And we see D.Va popping off here, knocking off the Cassidy, rather, and the Baptiste. The rest of the Saturn's Moons are falling as well. Nothing left. Monarchs are going to resume capture if they can keep it. Yeah, there we go. Finally resume capture just in time as well. This is very competitive. Both teams very close in percentage. They know how important getting that first map is.
Yeah, like what we've seen from both of these sides, even if one team or another has the point advantage, they're still able to take the point. Saturn's Moons had the advantage as we see a D.Va bomb go over their heads right there. There's still a lot of kills coming out, but like I said, it doesn't matter who has the point. There's still one team's gonna have a crazy play. Dimitri popping onto the D.Va here, but it's gonna be now the Saturn's Moon pushing onto the point here. But Dimitri just getting so many kills on that D.Va now. It's still gonna be point advantage going into the Monarchs. They could eventually win this point here, as overtime is just slowly going down here and just someone touching. But that's gonna be it. Saturn's Moon Monarchs wins that. There goes Saturn's Moon messing us up again. But Monarchs take it. Just so many insane plays coming out. They're just yeah.
Yeah. I mean, on the side of Saturn's Moon, Birch getting the play of the game, I think this makes perfect sense. Birch with a fantastic shatter. Look at that. And we see the D.Va eating the dragons in the background. I love those kind of plays. Great team play. But yeah, both teams so strong, so back and forth. I feel like this is probably going to go all the way. We're probably going to go to map 3 if I had to guess, just based on solely how both of these teams have been playing. I think if we're looking individually at the players, Birch, the Reinhardt on the side of Saturn's Moon has been doing a fantastic job of hitting those fire strikes consistently on multiple players, which allows him to just build more and more ultimate quicker and faster, and just able to use that ultimate, which is so impactful for a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, and what we've seen throughout that whole match, one team has the advantage. They took out, everyone that's on the point, and they get on the point, and then this other team just comes out and just wipes them all out, and they're back on the point again. We see, there's so many times where we saw that happen. It's just insane plays and, well done or built comps and team play where they're able to do all this damage and do what they can against one another. And like I said, in the end, it works out. But Monarchs did eventually. I think the Monarchs were just warming up for that first match, and then they eventually did take it out. So Monarchs have the 1 point up against the Saturn's Moon, but it could change just like that. Saturn's Moon has looked strong, Monarchs have looked strong, and these are both high-seeded teams, so this is definitely going to be good gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And we saw a lot of character switching too, to kind of fit the maps that they were on. From Night Market, we saw the Doomfist, the Pharah. In Towers, we saw the Junkrat, the Hanzo come out. So we do see a lot of flexibility on the side of these teams, which I'm really excited about, because we are just going to see more and more incredible plays from both teams. And Monarchs did warm up. They were a little bit steamrolled on map number 1 on Lijiang, but they brought it back, and now they have the point advantage. This is match point, series point for them, and we're going to Havana. I love this. I'm very interested to see what sort of strategy we're going to see on the defense from both teams. There are a couple ways that you can run this. My personal favorite is the super aggressive strategy by posting up right in gas station, right on the gas station, which is just where the spawn is for the attackers as we're moving over to it. Right here at this little gas station up around here, the players position themselves here, making it difficult for the attack to get out of spawn. And if defense loses that hold, they still have enough time to respawn and take a second position to hold. But of course, there is more of a popular kind of safer defense by posting up in that far sightline on the ledge in the back there. So I'm interested to see what sort of strategy is going to come out here.
Yeah, as we see now, the comps are going to be open to us here as we see Subfarts on the Widow here. Always love a good Widow myself, but, you know, just damage instantly coming in now as the Reinhardt already goes down, but, you know, as we see the Widowmaker does get a kill on the Mei here. And this is, you know, Monarchs are going to be attacking, you know, Saturn's Moon, not being able for them to get out of the spawn here. And that's one of the tactics that you can do for this map, is just do as much damage as you can. As you see the D.Va come on the side here, is doing what she can. And you know, that's exactly what they need to do in these kind of situations. It's always good to do all this damage, you know, but as they do slip out a little bit there, as you know, trying to get out, but you know, still well done coming off the Monarchs here, just keeping them in there. The longer they keep them in there, the more the time goes down. And you know, if I were Saturn's Moons, I would, you know, just get out there as quick as I can, but still a lot of kills coming back and forth from both sides here. It's going to be the Monarchs being able to finally get out, and they are going to be trying to push that point forward. You know, I believe they did take off a lot of time off the clock, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Monarchs were able to hold for a little bit. I'm sure they probably wanted to hold a little bit longer. Again, trying to stall out as much as possible, because as we were talking about in the beginning, they do have enough time to respawn, regroup, and take another hold. Probably by the time that Saturn's Moons reaches this sort of corner area here. They also, another thing that you can look at the Monarchs is they were able to build ultimates very, very quickly. Reinhardt was able to get Shatter and used it very early on, so they're building their second Shatter of the time. They're going to get enough time to get up to the second high ground, but Dragon's coming out right on target. Perfect shot. Not going to find anyone, but dealing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, that's what the Monarchs needed to do, just have this damage down. You know, they are going to be trying to take out the point now. You know, 3 down already, another goes down, another one goes down. And it's down to 2 people on the point. They're just trying to hold on to it. It's going to be D.Va now being down to Baby D.Va. But it's now going to be Monarchs with the point advantage once again.
Oh my
goodness.
goodness.
Less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes, but it's still plenty of time for both sides to do something here.
And we saw a beautiful stagger from the side of Monarchs. They kept the Baby D.Va alive just a little bit longer, knowing that the Saturn's Moons don't want to keep pushing in without their off tank. So a great job on their part, keeping the Baby D.Va alive for much longer. Sometime gonna get taken down by the Mei. Not a fight you want to lose. Shatter and Window come down. Trades left to right. So many players on the side of Monarchs were hit by that Shatter, and they cannot stand up again, because they are just taken down.
So many kills. That is just nasty. That was a great earth shot to come out from Birch there, and that's what really hurt the Monarchs there. And you know, again, Saturn's Moons have the point advantage once again, and is going to be able to maybe get this first point. But no, it's going to be the Monarchs coming out strong, already getting the Reinhardt down, caught him off guard there. It's going to be beat down coming out from both sides actually, and it's going to be now the Monarchs just trying to stop them from getting that first point. As less than a minute, they could very well do it. Monarchs have just played a wonderful defense here, but Saturn's Moons may be trying to come back even stronger now. It's going to be, as you say, the McCree or the Cassie there, just trying to get some kills, but it's not going to be enough here. As Saturn's Moons are just going down one by one here, and this could go to the Monarch side with only 30 seconds remaining here. Saturn's Moons really need to regroup and try to get these kills and damage on the board for what they can do. But lots of ultimates for Monarchs so far, and they could eventually win this and just stop Saturn's Moons from getting even 1 point on the board.
Yeah, I think that last push was Saturn's Moon's best chance, and we see ultimates, we see Window, Blizzard, Dragons, everything going down. The Dragons are eaten by Dimitri again, but we see 2 kills inside of Saturn's Moons. Then we see the Cassie go down sometime, dealing a lot of damage with that Hanzo. This is their chance. They have to finish this off. We're in overtime. They have to stick onto the point, and it looks like they are going to be able to push out to checkpoint number 1, but just barely.
I mean, they still don't have it. They're still in overtime. There's still someone touching the point where they're not able to get it, but it looks like they're going to get it there, and they do have another 3 or 2.5 minutes on the clock. Very close.
Very scary.
Yeah, very scary for Saturn's Moons there. They're just, I don't even want to know, like, they were getting ready just to start crying because they lost that first match, or going to lose. But they eventually did have a good push and got the first point on the board from. Monarchs are going to be now trying to stop them again from getting to the second point here.
Yeah, and an interesting fight happening up top on this balcony, this catwalk. Oh my gosh, a beautiful Shatter gonna find at least 2, and the
3
Deadeye.
kills. Another one comes out from 4 kills coming out from Subfarts right there. Just holy crap. Just like that, the Monarchs are just out of there, and that's going to allow Saturn's moves to push up even farther than they already have.
Wow, that was a beautiful play from the Shatter from Birch, forcing everyone's attention onto the Reinhardt, allowing that Cassidy on the side to just get free real estate for anyone up there, and then just finishing off the Reinhardt as well. Subfart's doing an amazing job on that hit scan DPS, putting out so much damage.
Just another beat comes out now. There's going to be another initiative fight coming out from them, and a lot of damage is coming out, and just they're trying to do what they can. The Monarchs are trying to get a bunch of these good kills just to slow them down. There's only a minute left on the clock. Just so many insane plays that we've seen just come out here. This is going to be now see Sky just doing a lot of damage here. And it is going to be Monarchs for the point advantage here. Unless, Cyrus has come up with something like they have in all these games. But it looks like it is going to be the Monarchs that are going to be holding on to the point for right now.
Right now, at least 40 seconds left. I think if you're Saturns, you just need to back off, regroup, allow your missing players to respawn, and just try to get something together. But again, we have to talk about Dimitri, the Monarchs Diva player, eating these ultimates one after another. Not only has Dimitri eaten several of Dragons from the Hanzo ultimates, but we also just saw the Grav get eaten by Dimitri as well, that Zarya ultimate, which can just lock down a team.
Yeah, and as you see, a lot of Saturn's Moons is coming back even stronger now. A lot of kills coming out from Saturn's Moons. Just, all of them are going down there, and Monarchs have just no chance. And this is going to be the second point going to going to Saturn's Moons here. Monarchs just instantly just wiped out just in the snap of the fingers. As soon as you blink your eyes, Monarchs are just gone from the face of the earth.
Yeah, and this is how Saturn's Moons have been playing this map, just barely squeaking by the last couple of seconds, even just no seconds left, barely able to finish off these checkpoints. They have a minute left, and checkpoint 3 is so difficult to break just because of how close those spawns are. They do have a couple ultimates to their name, Shatter and Grab in particular, some very potential, very deadly ultimates. We see Shatter come out. It's not going to find too much, unfortunately, due to that immortality field.
Yeah, again, here comes the Monarchs with all these crazy kills, just one after another. Both of these teams are just wiping out. It's like the plague. They're just wiping them out one by one, and they're just gone just like that. If you looked away for a second, Saturn's Moons is just gone. They're just not there anymore.
Yeah, and 30 seconds remaining for Saturn's Moons. They have probably just this last push in their bag, or else they're gonna run out of time. We see Dragons come out trying to get anything. Immortality field. We also see the Junkrat ultimate. It's gonna get taken down sometime, trying to put out damage, but the Monarchs are just too tanky. They're staying alive too well, too long, and oh my gosh, the Hanzo on the side of Monarchs is getting kill after kill after kill.
The team killed. This is definitely gonna hurt the Saturn's Moons a lot. There's only a second remaining here. It's gonna go into overtime. Only a few people just left on the Saturn's Moons to defend the point here. They're gonna be going down slowly, and this could be it. But no, just touched at the last second here, and still a lot of Monarchs definitely have the advantage here. I don't know if the Saturn's Moons can get out of this.
Gosh.
Jedi coming out, but unfortunately unable to do anything. And still just kills racking in for the Monarchs here. So 10-player kill streak for the Monarchs. They're just looking unstoppably here, and Saturn's Moons just keep on coming one by one. But a team kill comes out in the end, and round number 1 goes to Saturn's Moons with 2 points on the board. But Monarchs with a wonderful hold.
Yeah, and if you're the Saturn's Moons, that has got to hurt. You really do want to finish off the map so you can feel as confident and as strong as you are going into your defense. The Monarchs, again, looking very strong. Unfortunately, we saw a couple times where they just weren't able to complete their hold. On checkpoint 1, they had Saturn's Moons down to 0 seconds, and yet Saturn's Moons found a way to rally and get past, overcome the defense of the Monarchs. It will be interesting to see if Monarchs will be able to hold on to their offense, or will they let victory slip through their fingers and take us to game number 3. Oh my gosh. Do you see what I see? I see
Yeah, I do.
two
That's why.
bastions.
That's why I was a little quiet because I was like, I had to like make sure I was like awake. I had to pinch myself. We see 2 bastions, not
Did,
1, but 2. You're not seeing double. I swear. There's actually 2 of them.
did they gentlemen's to this? What happened here? Why are they both going bastion? This is fantastic. I love this.
I don't know whether they talked about it. I wasn't really paying attention to the chat, or maybe it's just oh no, they changed.
They switched
Monarchs.
up. Monarchs
That's disappointed. Had us excited for nothing.
didn't want to pirate ship it out. Totally fair, but we do see Saturn's Moon sticking to their Bastion pick with the double shield. We of course have the Orisa and the Sigma just going to provide a lot of defense for the Bastion, who's able to just put out damage after damage. The Pharah, a good counter to the Bastion though, if they can move the Bastion off this high place or just DPS them down.
Yes, a lot of Monarchs are pushing forward here. But it's Saturn's Moon's just trying to do some damage what they can, or doing as much damage as they can from the top here. As we see Birch now just doing damage, but instantly gets so much damage onto him, but eventually it does not go down. But it's still going to be Monarchs still pushing the point forward here. Saturn's Moon did have a good hold here, but it's just allowing the Monarchs to just push the point forward even more here.
Yeah, and that's yeah, well, I was going to say, that's the danger of this point as we see the subparts going down, is that they don't have anyone to stop the payload from just constantly moving under them. Oh my gosh, Justice Barrage going to get eaten mainly by the Sigma, but also able to put down a little bit of damage. That Mercy just keeping Pharah up, alive, and well, and Monarchs are rolling through point number 1.
Yeah, this is what Monarchs need to do, just to have as much pressure as they can, just to put on Saturn's Moon here. All Monarchs have to do is just get it past that yellow point there under the or where I was going to point to it, but I just realized it doesn't really work. But, but they need to get past that yellow mark there, gold mark, just to be able to win this map here, and maybe just close out Saturn's Moon with even though they've been looking so strong.
Yeah, and Monarchs in a fantastic position to do exactly that. They have the ult advantage. Well, actually, they don't have the ult advantage right now, but Window is going to go down. They are in just such a good spot. Diva Bomb going through the window, going to pick up 1 and the Immortality Field. We also see Blizzard come out on the side of Saturn's Moons just to slow down the aggression from Monarchs, but it's not going to be enough as we see the Res come out as well. Pharah picking up 2. There is too much damage
3
on the side of Monarchs. Yeah, 3 actually. Saturn's Moons cannot stay alive long enough to do anything to slow down the aggression of Monarchs. They are just moving through checkpoint and checkpoint.
See, this is one of the things speaking of small mistakes there, if the Monarchs would have had 3 people on the point, they would have got to that even faster, but it looks like Saturn's Moon are going to let them have it here. But, already they pushed past the point. It's so much faster than Saturn's Moon. Monarchs are looking very dominant within this match here. Oh no! Oh, that's very unfortunate to see there as the Pharah just gets shot down there, trying to get some damage in, but it's not doing enough here. Saturn's Moons are starting to rack up some points.
Yeah, they're starting to rally back. We see the Immortality Field saving the lives of several of Saturn's Moon's players. We see Monarchs trying to be a little bit aggressive, but they're punished for it. And now Saturn's Moon's trying to sit back and rest a little bit. They're not going to have that opportunity with the Widowmaker sniping out Cassidy.
Widowmaker got a headshot on the Cassidy, as a matter of fact. As we see now, a dragon coming out from the Saturn's Moon side now. As it still they're so close. Marks are very close from getting that point there. As you just see on your screen there, like little gold point. They just need to get the point or the truck to there, and they'll win here. But you gotta watch out for that. Just going down slowly here. It's gonna be Monarchs maybe not able to get it in this fight here, but they're still fighting back as both sides are still pretty hurt. But Leon getting a double kill there onto the Monarchs there, and that may slow them down that much more. But watch out for the Widow though. Takes out the Lucio there. Headshots to Lucio. There's gonna be Symmetra with the kill as well. And Symmetra Wall comes out. This could be close. It's very close. As sometime actually takes out the Widowmaker. And Jacob getting a kill as well. Monarchs are getting a bunch of kills here, and that is it. Monarchs win.
Yeah, and very handily too. There was a lot of back and forth, definitely on map number 1 when we were looking at Lijiang Tower. On the side of Havana, though, just Monarchs look so comfortable, whether it's on attack or defense. And of course, talking about Monarchs, we cannot let go or not talk about this Hanzo player, C Thorough, who is just putting out damage, kill after kill. Oh my goodness, they do not miss.
That was nasty. That was nasty. You know, that was such a high level game. Just like the first match or the first game, even with this game, you know, there's just on like one team or both of them are on fire, and but the Monarchs just put the cherry on the cake or cherry on top. Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
and we saw a lot of these players just going back and forth, a lot of just trying to feel each other out. It took a while for the Monarchs to really wake up and get into the match, but when they did, they looked so strong. They were able to build their ultimates quicker, faster, and use them more effectively at the end of the day. Just really showing why they are seated a little bit higher than Saturn's.
Yeah, most definitely there. You know, Monarchs, you know, they were looking a little slow in the beginning, but eventually everything rounded out and they did get the win in the end there. And it's just so insane on how the Monarchs were playing. You know, one team will just have all the 6 of them are there on the point, then out of nowhere, they just get it all wiped out. You know, and that's just not, it's not one sided. Both sides were doing that. One team would just get wiped out completely, and it's just crazy like how well both of these teams looked, and it is kind of sad to see Saturn's Moons go because they were a very strong team, but of course Monarchs were even stronger.
Yeah, and this is what I love about high level Overwatch is we sometimes see these like back and forth kills, but a lot of times what we end up seeing is one team gets that opening pick and then they just pounce. They go crazy. They dive and the rest of the team unfortunately just falls like dominoes because how important it is to keep your 6-man roster alive and well. We have seen some teams in the pro scene able to adapt a bit better to losing that opening pick, but for the most part, by losing out on that opening pick, either with a Widow headshotting your Cassidy or something else happening, you just kind of crumple without the rest of your team.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened there. You know, there were some key picks that came out which instantly crushed like either side of these teams, and that, you know, I just can't even talk of like at this point. There's just so much that happened. Like my brain can't handle what I just saw because there's so many insane big plays. But I believe we're gonna be going into a break now, just waiting for all the teams to be finishing up with this round number 2, and then we'll be heading into round number 3, heading into the quarterfinals. And right now, from what I've seen from some of the teams that have moved on, we see the Fairmont Firebirds have been moved on. We see the Avengers moving forward, taking out the Legends who won in the first match or first round. We see Fox Warriors moving on as well, and that's just what I've seen so far. And the games are playing a bag alert. It's got bag alert, major bag alert. Dancing Lizards with the number 1 seed are going against bag alert right there. And we see that Avengers with the 2 seed did take out Legends there. So our next match that we would see would either be Fairmont Firebirds is going to be the team that we see in the next match, or it's going to be Snyder Varsity or the Astronauts. So it'd be interesting to see who will be in the or be on top with those 2 teams. But yeah, we'll be heading to a break. Got any closing remarks?
No, I mean, this has been such an incredible day for Overwatch. We've seen a lot already, so I cannot wait for more. Of course, if you like what you're seeing, if you're getting excited like I am, make sure to head over to Stay Plugged In's website. If you're a player, if you're a high school student, or if you're a college recruiter, if you're a college and you're interested in looking at this talent, make sure to head over to the Stay Plugged In website. Sign up. It's super easy. You can sign up as a player or as a college, so there's different avenues for both of those. Make sure you're getting involved because, man, talent like this is not going to stay free for long. So make sure to get involved with the program because these players, these kids, they are going to be the future. And with that, I think we are going to be heading into a break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back soon.
Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. We are back from our little break, but we are now going to be waiting for some of the teams. Just keep you updated on some of the matches that have played. We got LHS Esports that beat Speedway Spark Plugs. We got Fairmont Firebirds that beat Five Nights at Freshies. Astronauts beat Snyder Varsity. Avengers beat Legends. Fox Warriors beat Sulfur High Golden. I believe that's what it is. Sulfur High Golden. Yep. So, and then we got the Monarchs that have beat Saturn's Moons as well.
Yeah,
But we're
and
still waiting for some games to finish up as well.
Yeah, and if you want to keep up to date with the bracket, you of course can use the exclamation bracket in chat so that you are following along with your favorite teams. You're not missing out a moment of the action. But yeah.
But we're going to be talking about some upcoming events though that Spin has to offer. So the next one that'll be up right now is going to be the Catawba Campus Series, which I'll actually be there casting for Rocket League, which should be fun. It'll be in Hickory, North Carolina from April 9th through April 10th. It's pretty much an all-day event. Should go from, I believe it should be about 8:30 to 2:30ish. This should be about the event time. And then we also got the Spindoa, which you know some stuff about.
Yeah, I mean, if we want, we can talk about Spin and Doa, of course. Stay Plugged In and Shenandoah University teaming up, and we're going to have a fantastic time the 7th and the 8th of May. You are not going to want to miss out. We've of course done this event before in the past. If you're familiar with either Stay Plugged In or Shenandoah Esports, it's awesome. It's fantastic. You, of course, can come down to Winchester, Virginia. I guess it's up in this case. Come up to Winchester, Virginia. It's going to be League of Legends, Valorant, Super Smash Brothers, and Rocket League. We have a esports facility. It's fantastic. I love the event. There's so much energy in this sort of LAN environment. You're not going to want to miss out on it. And then finally, of course, we got the Helix Recruiting Showcase, which is happening up in Foxborough, Massachusetts, April 22nd to 24th. That's going to be Rocket League. There's a $1,500 prize, Smash, which is a $500 prize, and Valorant, which I think they're still working on that, or it's $1,500 as well. So lots of events coming up you're not going to want to miss. And then, of course, every Tuesday we have Rocket League. Every Wednesday there's Valorant. And every Thursday there's Smash Brothers. So there is just so many events, so many ways for you to get involved with Stay Plugged In. Also, maybe make a little bit of money as well and get your name out there in front of colleges.
Yeah, definitely do not want to miss that. But I believe now we're going to be going to our game now against, it's going to be the Fairmont Firebirds versus the Astronauts here. And looks like we're going to be on Lijiang Tower as well.
Again, always going to Lijiang.
I mean, I'm not complaining. I like Lijiang Tower, But as you see now, it's going to be the not the Monarchs and Saturn's Moons. That's production. It's going to be Fairmont Firebirds and the Astronauts. Just ignore the names that are there. The Monarchs have not won one game on this. Oh, there we go. That was going to be Fairmont in the blue, Astronauts in the red. And we are going to be seeing what comps we have here.
Yeah, and again, we're starting out on the night market version of Lijiang, so we're going to see probably both teams, or at least one of the teams starting off with the Symmetra to get that early teleport that we saw last game when we were watching the Monarchs versus the Saturn's Moons, because there is just so much versatility on getting to the point quickly.
Yeah, I just had to mess with our production team there, just making sure everything's running well, just watch out for the stream. But already we got a kill coming out from the Ana DeLucio there. That's already picks coming out from the Astronauts here. Astronauts are already looking strong, but Fairmont is getting a couple kills in here as well, as Astronauts is still getting a bunch of these kills out the way so far, and maybe trying to take the point advantage just already this early into the match here.
Yeah, and we see that the Fairmont really wants to brawl it out, which is common on these map types. Astronauts, on the other hand, really going for this dive comp, really wanting to mess with the back line, the ball in such a sneaky position. Again, staying in this ball form kind of gives them more mobility, more ability to see around corners around the map. And we see a switch to the Hog, actually. Interesting choice for Fairmont Firebirds.
Yeah, I mean, could work out in their advantage, but you know, Astronauts are still just being able to hold on to this point and just still have these good pushes and good plays against Fairmont so far. But I would like to see if Fairmont can come out of the box here pretty strong, because it is going to be, this is a 12 and 13 seed, so it should be pretty even here. So we'll have to see what both of these teams can give us here.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the bracket, both these teams had an upset in their own right, but Astronauts are fully in control right now. As I say that, Fairmont able to get 2 picks, but not before more picks and a res coming on the side of Astronauts.
Yeah, there's no still point advantage going to the Astronauts here. Astronauts are just, you know, holding on just to what they got so far and just doing their best against Fairmont and to you know, holding the point here. Still a lot of good kills coming out from Fairmont actually here so far. And, you know, just kills and kills and kills, you know. It's just, they are looking unstoppable here so far.
Particularly Optimal on this Echo, just 3 kills out the gate. Duplicate online so they can change into whoever they want in order to make Fairmont's life even more difficult. Of course, ult advantage is in favor of the Astronaut. They've got 3 ultimates to their name, almost that 4th, and we see the Roadhog duplicate coming out, going to try to get as much damage as possible to get that whole hog online. A beautiful hook.
Wow, that was very well done coming out from Optimal as well. And just Astronauts are just looking very dominant here as time is running out here. And that's going to be it. That's going to be first point going to the Astronauts here. Astronauts looking very dominant within this match.
Wow, yeah, they are looking very, very comfortable with that lead. Fairmont Firebirds not really able to break onto the point, unfortunately, being kept really at those choke points, not even able to fully fight out in the open. It'll be interesting to see how this next point goes. We're on towers here in Lijiang, and this map in particular, I think whoever wins that initial fight will really be able to set the pace for the game and hold, especially if we see Astronauts take an early lead. They probably will start holding at that really early checkpoint near spawn, and it will make Fairmont Firebirds' life that more difficult.
Oh yeah, most definitely here, as we're still, you know, getting into this match right here. This is the first battle coming out in the front lines against the Astronauts and Fairmont. You know, both of these teams not having advantage over one another just quite yet, but still a lot of damage coming out either way.
Yeah, both Immortality Fields getting taken out early.
Oh yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what they can do with this, as we see the Diva taking out, as Optimal gets one as well. Astronauts are starting to get these initial kills coming in. They get a bunch of these, well, kills, as, you know, they're still trying to push around the corner here, but it's going to be Fairmont to push back and try to regroup against the Astronauts here so far.
Yeah, and I'll be really interested to see how the Astronauts position themselves. Right now, they're working on this high ground, making it so that either the Fairmont has to come up and fight them in the choke, or fight them from beyond the ground. Doomfist getting the Immortality Field and the Baptiste, and looking for more.
Yeah, the Optimal on the Doomfist looking very hungry for kills, as he just gets a triple kill just right off the back there. And another one on the board for him. Another one. Five kills coming out from him just in a row. And Astronauts are looking unstoppable at this point, with 35% on the board for them at this point. And, you know, they're having a very well hold, and Fairmont actually have like all their ultimates, and they're gonna be trying to use them to try to get a good push coming out here. Let's see what this Junkrat can do here.
Oh, I love the sneaky junk ult.
It's one, but Doomfist gets one as well. There's a bunch of ultimate skills coming out here, but it's still going to be Astronauts on top here. This, oh my lord. Optimal, all these crazy kills, just trying to do what he can. And just coming out of this so strong, and he's just doing such a well job. He definitely plays very well on this Doomfist.
Oh my goodness, and Fairmont Firebird struggling so much. What a kill from Optimal, and the teleport away to stay safe. And we see the Diva Bomb come out as well. Firebirds are looking a little lost in this matchup. The Astronauts' pressure is just too much. It is so difficult for them to even push anywhere near the point due to the amount of damage that Astronauts are putting out, as well as the pressure from the Doomfist. Oh my gosh. The teleport with the turret.
The teleport, like all of these plays coming out from all of them are just so insane. Now it's still kills just coming out from left and right from the Astronauts. Fairmont are just struggling at this point. And there it is, the match number 1 going to the round number 1 going map number 1. I'm gonna eventually. Just give me a second.
You'll get it eventually. Yeah.
Map number 1 going to the Astronauts here. Fairmont not being able to hold on. Optimal definitely deserving to play the game.
Yeah, this is the pentakill for sure. Optimal doing so much damage, just taking out players left and right. What a play. Unstoppable for sure.
And just like that, map number 1 is completed. Just that quick. That, like, Astronauts were looking so dominant in that map. And they looked like they could probably continue that on. Like, Fairmont just did not grasp anything at all. Like, they were just trying to do their best. But it just wasn't enough compared to Astronauts here so far. I believe Astronauts can go pretty far if they keep that up. They could definitely go far in this matchup.
Yeah, they are looking very, very strong. Astronauts really in the driver's seat for the entirety of Lijiang Towers, not letting up at all. They were able to secure the first win on both maps, on both Towers and on Night Market, really not letting the Firebirds anywhere near the point aside from that first fight. So a fantastic job from them. I think if you're the Firebirds, you just need to take a couple of seconds to regain, recover, get that mentality back. Yes, that was a hard loss, but you have still made it this far. You just need to realize that there is more that you can do. Try to shut down Optimal, because that player, whether it's on the Doomfist or on whatever, on the Echo, they are lights out incredible right now. So you've got to shut down that DPS line.
Yeah, you definitely need to shut it out indeed, you know. And one of the things I saw with Fairmount is they were just kind of struggling on the board, but one of the things I got him was a Doomfist. Doomfist was just like killing him the whole time.
Yeah, and Doomfist is so difficult to deal with, especially if they can get back into your back line. The Doomfist can really just wreak havoc, honestly, right? Your backliners struggle to deal with him. He has a lot of mobility and shield, so he's essentially rewarded for being in your backline, hitting players, moving around, and it can be so difficult to lock him down, especially if you don't have a character that has any sort of strong or hard crowd control, like CC, something like a stun from the Cassie or a hook from the Roadhog, or even a halt from an Orisa.
As we are now going to Havana Unana with the Astronauts and the Fairmont right now. And as we see, no Bastion coming out. I'm just a little disappointed. There's no Bastion, no pirate ship. As we saw from last time when we played on Havana, there was a pirate ship. But, you know, with Fairmont on the offense here, they may want to. One of the things is have a chokehold on the Astronauts, not to let them out of spawn, and that could be the play for them here.
Yeah, it looks like Fairmont, while they're on the defense, they're going to be running this double shield with double snipers, so they have the Hanzo and the Ashe, so they're really going to be wanting to hold this ledge. Hopefully it doesn't come out with the same problem that we saw two maps ago, or two sets ago, where sometimes the point just kind of walks past you. What a shot! Oh my goodness!
That was nasty coming out from MRB right there. I don't even know if he meant to hit the shot, but it definitely connected to Zenyatta right there. And that's unfortunate to see now. As the Astronauts going to be pushing the point forward, what Fairmont need to watch out for is not making the same mistake that we saw you're talking about 2 rounds ago, or 2 sets ago, where, you know, Astronauts were just who was playing again? The team that was playing on Havana was just able just to push right through, and, you know, they couldn't do anything about it. But maybe Astronauts could do the same thing, or maybe Fairmont could hold them back here. But looks like Astronauts, I believe they're going to be regaining themselves here, just try to push forward, just have a plan of action.
Yeah,
and they're going to be attacking.
Yeah, and what we see, the Winston switch, a great opportunity to push the players off the high point and at least get the Orisa off. The Orisa is not going to be alive for much longer. The rest of the team goes down as well. Nothing left. Fairmont had a fantastic first hold, but the Astronauts, as you said, regain regrouped and came back stronger than ever.
And now they have ultimates on their side. I mean, they're definitely going to look unstoppable for this point and the next point, especially with all these ultimates that are available to them. And the definitely switching to the Winston looks like it did help them to kind of dissipate them and be able to have more hold onto this map, or on this point here. But it's going to be contested here. It looks like we're going to have a fight going on between the Fairmont and Astronauts right now, just doing what they can, or both sides trying to do what they can to hold the point now. And just Kai almost dying there, so low, but eventually stays alive here. But Astronauts are still getting all these good picks, and we see the bottom point as well. Need to watch out for that as Winston pops his ultimate as well, takes down one of them, and not only goes down, the Raptor goes down from Fairmont as well.
Yeah, and if you're Fairmont, there's not much you can do. Let the ultimates ride their course, and Astronauts doing a great job of keeping this ult advantage. Fairmont not close with any of their ultimates right now. And of course, on the side of Astronauts, they have Tracer ultimate. Dragons for Optimal is coming out as well. So much. Oh my gosh, what a great Tracer ultimate. It's not going to finish off the tanks, though. They barely live and come out from that one.
Yeah, but this is Fairmont are just gonna try to have this good hold here as Toaster takes down the Winston now. That's gonna be one of the tanks down. There's gonna be on the Fairmont side, and now they're gonna be doing what they can as the damage goes down. The damage goes down again from each team down to damage as we see Hanzo using his ultimate there. Does pick off one, and Heelon does get two as well. And this is gonna be Fairmont just struggling a little bit here. It's gonna be Optimal now, trying to push up, try to push that point forward.
Yeah, and
waiting for Fairmont to regroup.
Speaking of forward, look how far forward Astronauts are pushing. They are just leaving one player back onto the point while the rest are just pushing so far up. We see the Hammond ult come out right at that doorway. That is so detrimental for Fairmont because they can't go that way now.
Yeah, there's a lot of kills getting racking up for the Astronauts right now. Just, Fairmont are just like trying to triple kill coming up for the Tracer there. A triple bomb. What a play coming out from Anakin right there. And that's definitely going to get them the second point here. And they're still pushing forward. But you got to watch out because Fairmont almost has 4 ultimates available for them.
That was a beautiful Tracer bomb on all the right people. Fantastic. Astronauts now 4 minutes on their time bank to just keep pushing forward. We see a couple kills coming for Fairmont, but the trades are just not when you want them and not quite at the right time on the right people, unfortunately. As we see, Immortality Field is going to get taken out, used early and then taken down.
Yeah, and still some ultimates are going to be available for the Astronauts as well. We see Winston has the rage coming out from him that he could be able to use. But it's still going to be Fairmont to be able to hold this point so far. They got plenty of time on the board as Tracer takes down the Baptiste right there. And like I said, still plenty of time for either of these teams to get Tracer with a triple kill. I didn't even realize that triple kill coming out from Tracer there. Now another one coming out, and this is another Optimal getting a kill as well. This is what the push that they need to have here. Astronauts are looking very strong.
Yeah, you were saying, oh man, both teams have so much time to work with, so much time, and Astronaut said, no, we want to get done with this. We are moving forward. So much damage just holding the spawn on the side of Fairmont. They cannot get out, and even if they can, they instantly get taken out.
Then this could be it. This very close. I don't think they're going to touch in time. That is going to be it. Astronauts are going to win round number 1.
Yeah, 2 minutes, 41 seconds on the time bank. It isn't the best time that we've seen, but it is very, very nice. It is a good amount of time, and it forces Fairmont to have to finish the map. The Firebirds need to push this to completion, which, as we've seen in the past, can be very difficult, especially against a competent team like the Astronauts, who have been doing so well.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be wanting to watch out for the Astronauts here when they are going to be, on the attack here. But what Astronauts could do is to hold them in the spawn just to kill that much time even more. It looks like Astronauts are going to be having a little bit more of a play here. I believe we had a.
Yeah, well,
we cut the cameras, but
Time to get serious.
you know, it happens. We had a little bit of time. The players were taking some time to think about their comps, which is totally fair. I mean, especially if you're Fairmount, so much pressure is lying on you here. You have to really consider which team comp you think would work out best at the end of the day to at least try to fell the Astronauts, who have been playing phenomenally here. They're going with an interesting comp here, a Rhine and a Roadhog. Again, we don't get to see a whole lot of Roadhogs in play, but it can be so beneficial if you're able to hit those hooks. Unfortunately, doesn't quite hit that. And Immortality goes down early. Optimal back on this Doomfist. They're going to need to deal with that because Optimal on that Doomfist is so scary.
Yeah, this is what Astronauts need to do. Just like I said, they need to hold them in the spawn and just do as much damage as they can just to wind down the clock here and just to finish the game even faster in their favor. And it's 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here. It's plenty of time for Fairmount to do something. Oh, we do see a bashing coming out from NRB though, seeing if he can't do anything. But Diva getting a double kill as well, and is just doing so much. And just doing so much damage that Fairmont are just trying to keep up here. They're going around the corner now. Trying to get some damage in. We gotta watch out for that. A lot of damage coming up from Astronauts here. There's so many insane plays here. There's a lot of damage coming out here. And it's gonna be Optimal Hype getting kills as well. It's gonna be Astronauts still having the advantage against Fairmont.
Yeah, and this is the opportunity that Fairmount needs. They need to regroup with their respawned members and take the remaining members of Astronauts down. But of course, as I say that, Optimal in the backline just taking down the tank lineup for Fairmount. That is just going to stop any sort of momentum that they had that they can push forward with.
Yeah, this is definitely going to stop Fairmount a lot. You know, they are still winding down the clock. I mean, I've seen games where they just have them in the spawn the whole time, and that way they can't do anything. And that's exactly what might happen here, because Astronauts have plenty of ultimates to use and could very well end up being able to take this. You gotta watch out for this. It's gonna be very big coming out from him, but so many kills coming out from Astronauts here. We got 2 coming out from Castle there, 2 coming out from Optimal, 1 coming out from the Diva. And that is, that is nasty. That is nasty coming out from Astronauts.
Yeah, after those ultimate plays, we see a bit of good sportsmanship from both sides there. The Reinhardt Nile and the Hanzo player, Mr. BJ, just wave to each other amidst the carnage. We see a Death Blossom come out as well. We see a Shatter come down. And Optimal is taken down. This is the opportunity that Fairmount needs. They need to push forward, especially with that heavy hitter, that damage dealer on the side of Astronauts out of the picture, out of the equation.
Yeah, and no, they are going to be trying to do something here, but Astronauts are still right there looking strong as Toaster goes down from the Lucio there. Is going to watch out for that as 2 kills coming out as well, but this could be the push that Fairmount needed. Already got 3 down right from the Astronaut side, and the Fairmount are going to be able to push forward with only 1 minute 10 left on the clock here. Still plenty of time for both teams to get advantage over one another, but Fairmount finally get out of the spawn and are going to be able to push forward.
And this is the strength of that hold, that early aggression gas station hold that we saw before, because now Astronauts still have enough time to regroup and come back and set up for 1 more hold before Fairmont can even touch checkpoint 1. And we're seeing the deadliness of that as we see Phoenix go down early in this fight.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see coming out. But it's still going to be Astronauts still at full force, and going to watch out for that Diva there. MRB's got to watch out. Diva looking very low here, but still goes down, and Diva stays alive here, as it's still going to be Astronauts getting some of these good kills and have the point advantage again. 15 seconds left. Fairmount need to find something to do and do it very quickly, because they are not looking too well for them so far here. But the Dragon does come out, but don't believe it's going to be enough here. I believe Astronauts will be able to hold him back here.
Yeah, and we see Astronauts had the ult advantage as well. They had Shatter, they had Diva Bomb, a lot of these big spacing ultimates available to them. So even if Fairmount was able to rush past somehow, Astronauts were just prepared. They were just ready. And play of the game is, in fact, going to Anakin on the trace.
I think it's going to be either the triple kill bomb or...
I think
Or
that is. Yep, that's it.
Yep. Wow. Oh, that was nasty.
Yeah, and as a tracer player, you have to be happy with a performance like that. Those are all the right targets. That's exactly who you want to hit. Typically, you're lucky if you get one of those with a tracer bomb. Instead, you got 3 of them.
Yeah, that was very well done coming out from them there. And you know, Astronauts are still moving on. I can now see why they beat the number 5 seeded team, because it's just how well they did there. Just well done coming out from them.
Astronauts
And
looking very, very strong. Definitely a team that we'll have to keep our eyes on as we're moving forward and deeper into this tournament.
oh yeah, most definitely here. Let's see if I can update my page and see what kind of what scores we have with all the teams so far. Bag Alert beat Dancing Lizards, the number 1 seed. Number 17 seed beat the number 1 seed. Well done
That is
from
an
them.
upset for sure. Holy cow.
And then we also got Package Deal did beat the Mavericks here. And the Avengers beat the Fox Warriors. And Avengers are going to be going into the semifinals. And it's going to be the Astronauts moving on to the semifinals as well. And Bag Alert and LHS Esports are going to be probably in the game right now. And Package Deal and Monarchs are going to be in the game right now. So, a lot of upsets. Number 1 seed. That's, you know, I believe that's, yeah, the number 1 seed is out now. Now it's the best seed is going to be seed number 2 with the Avengers, which the Avengers have been flying through these games here and beat Legends 2-0 and Fox Warriors 2-0, and now it's going to be sitting into the game or into the semifinals. And we actually going to be watching them whenever Package Deal and Monarchs get finished up. So that'd be interesting to see from them. But we're going to be wrapping it up here because it is going to be our break time. We're going to go take a quick 5-minute power nap and then come back and be ready for another hour or so of casting. But you got anything to say?
Nah, I mean, we've seen a lot of fantastic play out here. A lot of teams that are really showing up to play. I think we've got to keep our eyes on the Astronauts, who had such a fantastic performance here. Definitely going to keep our eyes on them. Bag Alert as well, the dark horse really of this tournament. 17 seed, beating out the number 1 seed in Dancing Lizards. So there's definitely something to keep your eyes on as we move forward. But yeah, that's all I have to say for now.
Alrighty, and like I said, don't go anywhere. Still more action to come after this. And of course, you always can look at the brackets by doing exclamation mark bracket to see who is winning what and see if your team is still in and whatnot. But but of course, we will all see you later.
Hello and welcome back to Stay Plugged In's Carry to College. You, of course, are watching day number 3 with Overwatch. Thank you so much for your patience. As we've gotten deeper into this bracket, the matches have really started to fire up, and it has been back and forth. So some of these round 3 matches, even round 2 matches, have just been taking a little bit longer than we have expected. But here we are, round 4. We've got a doozy of a match coming up. We have Avengers versus Monarchs. Space God, what is your take on this?
Well, looking at the bracket so far, we've seen that the Avengers have pretty much dominated all their matches so far. And then we also saw how the Monarchs play, and we've seen that the Monarchs, they're a pretty top-notch team, and they beat the number 3 seed, so that's an upset with the Monarchs, and they beat a low or a higher seed than them. So they may be able to defeat Avengers with another number 2 seed team, with Monarchs only being number 6. So on paper, the Avengers have the advantage, but both teams will look pretty dominant, so it could be a pretty even match.
Yeah, I am very excited to see it, especially as we are just so deep into the bracket at this point. Round 4, we're in what is this, quarter semis at this point? It is.
This is semifinals.
Yeah, we're in semifinals. Oh my gosh, we're so deep into it, and of course we're going back to Lijiang because it's a beautiful map and everyone loves Lijiang. We literally have not seen any different choice for control besides Lijiang all day, and I'm here for it. I love Lijiang, so this is fun.
I mean, nothing really to complain about.
Yeah, exactly. And even though we've been seeing a bunch of Lijiang all day, we have seen different play styles and different strategies on Lijiang every time that we've been here.
Yeah, of course, and it's always interesting to see, with these things and how they're going to work out. And with the Monarchs, they are going to be playing that same sort of comp they used for last time. The Avengers are actually pulling out a pharmacy just right out the back.
Yeah, indeed. The Avengers choosing a very interesting comp for sure. Not something that we have seen a lot of. The Monarchs really choosing a more standard brawl comp here. But perhaps the range and the aerial mobility of the Avengers will make it difficult for Monarchs to trap them and lock them down.
Yeah, already got Soul Runner with a good kill on the Zactor and Symmetra, and a lot of damage is coming on, from the Avengers onto the Monarchs here. But actually, we do see the Echo go down on Soul Runner from the Avengers here, and still damage coming in. You can see CTH coming in, Rogue coming in with a lot of damage onto them here. But it is going to be Monarchs with the point of, or going to about just to have the point advantage. So you need to get that. There we go. It is going to be the point advantage going to the Monarchs here, with a lot of good kills coming out for them so far, and it'd be interesting to see what the Avengers can answer with.
Yeah, you got to be careful though, because that pharmacy, that Pharah and Mercy, especially with the Justice Barrage that the Pharah is holding onto, that can deal a lot of damage and that can switch a team fight very quickly. I am interested to see why the Monarchs picked up the Torb. The turret is there. It has been taken out constantly, so I guess it is something else to focus on. But here we go, the Barrage, but it's just going to get eaten by the Diva. Nothing to do with that, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's one of the main things that we've seen from Dimitri. He just soaks up all that damage from all the ultimates, and you can't really do anything about it. And Monarchs are still going to be looking dominant in this match so far, just still holding the point, not allowing the Avengers to get on the point here.
Yeah, absolutely. They even have ult advantage as well as Valkyrie's wears off on the Mercy for the side of Avengers. We see Bomb going from Diva. It's going to pick up 2. I guess practically 3 here.
Dimitri has just been such a big player in these kinds of games so far with his Diva plays, and we've seen how much he's developed through the whole game. I mean, the first match we saw him, he wasn't really a big threat, and later on he became bigger of a threat. Oh, Zach with a triple kill on the Cassidy there, and that's going to be both the damage down and the healer down from the Avengers here, and Monarchs are still going to be able to hold this point.
Yeah, and that's really where we see the weakness of the Avengers team comp right now. They don't have a main shield. They don't have a Ryan or a Sig or an Orisa, anyone who can actually stop the line of sight from the Cassie like that. So they just have to be so careful, as we see Beat Molten Core as well come down. And we see Diva Bomb just ults galore left and right.
Yeah, so many ultimates coming out here, and we're already into overtime here, and the Avengers need to do something quick, and they do eventually, but Programmer on the far edge does get 2 kills, and it could be the Avengers to get this point back as a lot of the Monarchs go down.
Yeah, it does look like, oh wow, Reinhardt is staying alive on the point. We see Lucio pick up 2, and we see the rest of the Monarchs slowly starting to trickle onto the point. Is this just wasting time, or is this able to do something? We also see the remech into D-mech for the Diva on the side of the Avengers. What a wonderful change that they've made to the game here, and it looks like Avengers are indeed going to get control, saving themselves just a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's what the Avengers need to do. They had a good push onto the point, and it is on 99%, so Avengers are going to need to do all they can to hold this point against the Monarchs. And as we see, ultimate-wise, there are ultimates that are going to be charging up here, and that are going to be able for use with the Avengers and the Monarchs here. So here we go with the Monarchs here. Going to be pushing around the back. Need to watch out for the hamster though in the back. But there goes Zach, unfortunately, going down from Soul Runner on the Echo here. Both of the damage from Avengers are looking very strong with doing a lot of damage against the Monarchs. But Programmer here with the major barrage here only gets 1 and eventually goes down. But it is going to be still picks going off left and right. A lot of good trades. It still can be anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, and so much damage coming from that remech. Again, the change that Overwatch made, that Blizzard made to make the remech deal a ton of damage if it lands on you, just makes you have to be so careful when playing around the baby Diva in case they get their ultimate, their mech back. But Avengers right now looking very solid on their hold of this point. Monarchs trying to find a way back into the point. This may be the opportunity that they need, but Hammond ult goes down, separating the rest of the team off. We see the Cassie picks up 1. That's good, but just falls to the Lucio.
Yeah, Monarchs are just going to be falling short of getting the point here, as we see that Avengers are just having a very good push here, as Hub's going to get a revive on the Orbit on the Diva there, and that's still going to be players available. That's going to be for the Avengers side to still hold the point here, as Monarchs are still going to be dwindling down in their on their players here.
And a beautiful Shatters coming out as well, allows the pick of 3 players. 3 players here. What a fantastic choice. Actually, the rest of the players are falling as well for Avengers. Monarchs may have it here.
Yeah, Monarchs had an excellent push here. It looks like they are going to be taking that first point here. Wonderful job from them. When all hope seems lost, Monarchs just come out of nowhere and get these great kills, and that's going to be round number 1 to them. It was still a close game, so it still has time for the Avengers to get another point on the board, or for the Monarchs to still have their hold on the Avengers.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with how Avengers came back into this game from 99% on the Monarch side and 0 on the Avengers side. The Avengers were able to practically tie it up with 95% of their own hold. That was a lot closer than I was expecting, particularly from that beginning here. So I'm excited to see what sort of changes each team makes as we're going into round number 2 of map number 1.
Teleport. They already got a teleport right off the back coming out from the Avengers, trying to get that early play on, and a lot of damage here already at the front here, but Programmer gets a good kill onto the other junk right here, and that's going to be a damage down and a healer down. The Monarchs are taking a lot of damage right now, and they might need to back out. This is Soul Runner just getting so many kills at this point on the Avengers with that Symmetra. This has Symmetra looking another one on the board. Symmetra there just got 5 out of the 6 players there from the Monarchs, and that's a very good initial push coming out from the Avengers.
Yeah, and this may be where you as a Monarch have to reconsider the mirror match that you have going on, and we see that, right? Dimitri switches back to the Diva. The Monarchs did not win this mirror match. They had the same characters. It did not end up well. for them. They're just going to teleport out of danger here. I think Dimitri is just a better player on that D.Va, so it makes more sense to have the D.Va here. We see Shatter come out, not going to find too much. Wall going to come out as well, and a window from BAP. So many ultimates being dropped, and Avengers just keeping their lead kill after kill, making sure that they are securing everything, and the Monarchs get no free reign.
Yeah, as we saw once again, we see Soul Runner on that Symmetra, just doing as much damage as he can on Symmetra, and eventually did get most of the kills there. Got about 3 or 4 kills, and that is just what's stopping the Monarchs from pushing forward onto the point here. Avengers doing a wonderful job here. There's a bunch of stuff going on right now. We got a teleports going out, and we have a Junkrat. Oh, that was an unfortunate Junkrat placement from him. But it is going to be 50% on the board for the Avengers so far. Teleports available. Damage still going out to both sides. No one really having an advantage over one another just quite yet. This is the Orbit using his ultimate as well. As we see Jacob taking out, it's going to be taking out Baptiste. But oh, there's the Junkrat right there, taking out Orbit there. And Avengers are dwindling down, but it's still going to be, and it's still going to be the Monarchs in the advantage though. Even though Monarchs were kind of struggling there, but it's going to be Monarchs on top.
Yeah, exactly. And something to really note here is although Monarchs were able to win out that fight, they also kept the ult advantage as well. They have Shatter, they have Beat, they're about to have Symmetra Wall as well. Even BAP window will come up relatively quickly. D.Va Bomb. And for this, the Avengers just need to wait a little bit longer till they have more ultimates in their favor. As we see Window and Wall coming out as well as Beat. All ultimates are being dropped out here. And we see the counter Beat as well and the counter Wall. This is just ultimates galore. People are dropping their ultimates left and right. We may even see a Window again come out on the side of Avengers. So many ultimates, and we have Bomb as well. Oh my gosh, so much is happening.
Yeah, it's going to be Monarchs are still going to have some of the advantage here. In the ultimate fight, it was pretty even with the ultimates here, but it's still going to be Monarchs on the advantage here. But unfortunately, from there, Junkrat cannot get any kills there. But Soul Runner is actually getting some of the Monarchs down. But it's still going to be kills coming out. Need to watch out for that. It's going to hurt them a lot. But it does go down in the last second there. What a wonderful shot coming out. It's going to be on the Baptiste and Lucio that took out that wheel. And it's still going to be Monarchs with the advantage.
That was a great save, making sure that the Immortality field stays up a little bit longer, allowing the Monarchs to push back into this fight. And now they've gained an advantage as we're sitting at 80% on the capture. It still gives the Avengers a little bit of time to gain ultimate for 1 or 2 last pushes, but they have to be worried because time is just not in their favor right now.
Yeah, most definitely, as time is going to be dwindling down. It is on 96% here. The Avengers need to have a good push here, as they're trying to do right now. The Pro Gamer actually takes down one of them, unfortunately, but this comes back right as Symmetra comes back right with another kill. And this Monarchs is going 1 by 1 down here and need to have these good kills because Avengers are getting all these good kills, but it's going to be able to for them to take this point as they do here, and it is going to be back point advantage to Avengers.
Yeah, a great beat to keep a lot of the Avengers alive. And now the tide switches in favor of Avengers. Monarchs all but taken out. They don't have too many ultimates to their name to work with as well. Hopefully they'll be able to pick up Riptire and D.Va Bomb. Right now they're just working with that beat. No one else is anywhere close to the ultimate, unlike on the side of Avengers where they have Wall, Window, and Riptire. As we talked about it, Wall is going down. Beat's going to go down on the side of Monarchs as well. I think it's a bit preemptive. We're also going to see the Riptire from Junkrat as well, and the Window from BAP. Looking for something, but the poor Pro Gamer cannot find anything with these Riptires.
Yeah, we're going to overtime here, and whoever wins this match or wins this fight will win the game here, as we're both at 99%. This is a very neck-and-neck game so far, and both sides are still taking out 1 by 1, having good trades in here. No one really having the advantage here so far, but I'm sure the tides will turn once maybe some ultimates start being built up or something. But both of these teams need to try grip on something. There's just trades going in left and right, but maybe Monarchs are going to have the advantage here. Monarchs maybe bring it back here, and they bring it down. And yes, Monarchs are going to win map number 1 with a very close game.
Whew, that was very hard fought on the side of both of them. I really think what it comes down to is the fact that Monarchs have been consistently able to win out those early fights, so they have more time to reset, to look back on what they've done, regain, get their ultimates together, and group up. But oh my gosh, Soul Runner with such a strong start. I forgot about this. Yeah, Soul Runner on that Symmetra for the side of Avengers doing an incredible job at the beginning. I don't want to say they dropped off a little bit, but we didn't hear quite as much from them as the match got later in its time.
Yeah, I mean, it was so close. Like the game was so close, like but all throughout, the game, and both teams were just fighting on their hardest, just doing what they can just to, get some of these kills out the way. In which most of the time it worked, but they're just so neck and neck. You can't really do nothing if you're neck and neck. No one can really got the advantage over one another. But it was eventually got to Monarchs were just able to win that final fight, and that's what got them the second point and the map win.
Yeah, and I think this is probably the closest game that we've seen so far, if I had to guess. Although Monarchs did win Lijiang 2-0, it was incredibly close both times. I really think it could have gone either way. We'll have to see as we go into Escort, because I think that's where Monarchs really started to shine and really started to kind of show their dominance when we watched them last. So it's really telling for me how close the Avengers actually are comparatively to the Monarchs when we see this next map, when we see Escort. And we have seen Escort on Dorado a bit. We've seen it on Havana a lot. It looks like they're hovering over Watchpoint Gibraltar, which will be a complete change from what we've seen. And I love to see these newer maps that we don't get to see a lot of. And maybe they're going for, maybe because Avengers lost, it's their map pick. So maybe they're trying to throw off the Monarchs a little bit by choosing a map that we haven't seen a lot of.
Yeah, I mean, that's very well what they could do, because we did not have, unless in the other matches it was there, but we have not seen a Watchpoint Gibraltar yet on the stream. So it'll be definitely interesting to see what kind of comps we'll see from both these teams, and what they can do against each other and who have the advantage. Well, as we are going to be seeing some of the comps come up right now, it looks like, about kind of like a brawl comp is probably what you expect to see coming out from the Avengers here. More of a brawl comp, just more like a hybrid, if anything.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm not even sure if we could exactly put a name. It's a double bubble comp for sure. But it is a bit weird. You're right. It is a little bit of a hybrid. But maybe that's what they're going for on this defense. On the side of Monarchs, though, they're looking closer to a dive, if anything. But again, the comps are just slightly weird. They're just slightly strange.
Yeah, but I've seen really strange comps, and they work out really well for the team. So maybe that's what we'll be able to see here. There's already some early kills coming in from Monarchs and the Avengers both. As Dimitri gets 2 kills, actually, it's going to be Jacob who gets another one as well. That's going to be half the Avengers are going to be down, and they're going to be backing out. That's going to be the first initial fight going to the Monarchs.
Yeah, the Monarchs were swarming. I'm not sure if they are Monarch butterflies, but the way that they group together definitely resembles some sort of swarm of insects, and they just ran the Avengers down. There's nothing that they could do, nothing that the Winston could do to stop the onslaught.
Yeah, most definitely. As you see, Dimitri already in the front lines is doing what he can to get some damage onto the Winston here, who has now popped his ultimate. And they're still pushing the point forward, Monarchs is still looking pretty dominant in this match as we get a kill onto the Winston as well. And from Rogue, and they're just still pushing the point forward, not seeing a lot of contention from Avengers. What was that? Holy, that was from the roof.
Yeah, that was a beautiful bionic grenade, and then the Genji was there to just finish it off. Ski has been on point. I feel sorry. I'm not as much focused on the support players. It's really hard to give credit where credit is due for those support players, but I promise you, both teams, their support players are insane, and we are just not giving them enough credit. So I'm really glad that we were able to see something like that from Ski, who has been popping off all of these games.
Yeah, most definitely. Oh, and the great stick coming out from there, but unfortunately did not do as much damage as you wanted it to do. But still a lot of kills coming out from Dimitri and Jacob there, and still a lot of kills coming out from the Monarchs. 4 now coming out from the Monarchs, 5 now. There's going to be left up, there's going to be a team kill coming out from them, actually. Monarchs with that advantage now, with the Avengers need to reset. And the Monarchs could eventually push up and get the second point and still try to get that lead ahead of the Avengers.
Yeah, and what makes the team comp for the Monarchs as they are picking up more kills, what makes their team comp so scary is that they just rush down one person, focus that target, and make sure that they are dead before moving on to the next. And so you are not safe from anywhere if you are an Avenger, just due to the high mobility of the team comp.
Yeah, we could be able to see a Nano Blade come out as we see Ski almost with his ultimate as well. But still a lot of kills coming out of the Monarchs here. 3 now from the Monarchs, and they're just taking out the Avengers one by one here. And now we could be able to see I would like to see a Nano Blade. I think that would be cool.
Oh, see, this is really interesting. If you are maybe not perhaps super familiar with Overwatch, you may be wondering why exactly they were leaving the D.Va alive, and you may be thinking perhaps it's a bit of BM, but really the strategy there is to leave that D.Va alive for as long as possible before she remechs in order to continue the stagger, make it even longer before the event.
Here we go, Nano Blade. Nano Blade coming out. 1 kill already coming out from him. 2 kills, 3 kills coming out from this Nano Blade. This is a huge Nano Blade coming out from him as he did get 3 kills. So that's going to be able for them to push the point forward.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, right? The Monarchs look so dominant when it comes to Escort. I don't know if it is just like the way that they're able to play their playstyle to fruition, or they just feel more comfortable on Escort rather than on Control. Either way, they are looking so strong. Monarchs, again, looking very, very strong here.
Yeah, and the Monarchs could get this 3 points on the board for them, and they just need to take out the Avengers here and just do what they can, just try to get some of the points here. And Dimitri is going to be down to Baby D.Va as well. Let's get his mech back here, and now it's just going to be a brawl at the end here, just see who can get the most kills or most damage here. But still a lot of kills coming out from both sides, but of course this is going to be the Monarchs with the advantage here so far. And they're just trying to take him out here, but they need to start focusing one by one, and Monarchs could get this. They're just so very close. And right now, it's just going to be the waiting game for the Monarchs.
Yeah, and again, if you're not able to finish off the players, the Avengers are doing a fantastic job of stalling here, as we see Soul Runner get 2 before get taken out. Avengers doing a fantastic job of just stalling a little bit longer, so whatever time the Monarchs had at the beginning is just slowly withering away, and they can do that because spawn door is literally right next to the point. There's literally nowhere to go.
Yeah, and that's why the 3rd point is going to be the hardest to get for the Monarchs here. But it's still going the advantage of Monarchs. The Monarchs are still have the point advantage here so far, still taking out most of the Avengers here. And they're on the 20-player kill streak right now. And they're just still just trying to work on it. We're 0.05 away from getting to the point here. It's just waiting game. I mean, no one has the advantages quite yet, and still kills are coming out. And we actually finally got a Widowmaker who's going to be trying to do as much damage as she can in the back here. But it's 0.01 now. 0.01 away from getting to the point. If it moves just a little bit, it'll just get there, and eventually does. And that's going to be 3-0 in the favor of Monarchs.
Yeah, but you have to give credit to the Avengers. The Monarchs were on a roll. Momentum was in their side, and they were just able to stagger long enough to continually keep their hopes and dreams alive, wasting more and more time of the Monarchs. I think they wasted about a minute, honestly, at the end of the day, which it can be so impactful, especially if the Avengers are able to push the point to completion and we do go into those extra rounds.
Yep, now we are going to be seeing what compositions we'll be seeing this time with the swap here. It's going to be the Monarchs now on the defense. It's going to be the Avengers on the attack.
And it doesn't really look like we're getting too much of a change here. We again see the Diva Monkey for both sides, both of them running practically a mirror combo. The only thing that isn't is that on the side of Avengers, Pro Gamer is on that Genji, and on the side of Monarchs, C Thorough is on the Cassidy. Which makes sense, right? The Genji will allow you a bit more momentum, especially while you're on attack, while the Cassidy will allow you to kind of hit that longer mid-range and sit back, take that high ground a bit more effectively.
Yes, we're going to be starting now. What the Avengers need to do is push that point forward as fast as they can to try to get tied up with the Monarchs here. Or if the Monarchs win, they'll be moving on to the finals because this is the semifinals.
Ooh, so much pressure is on the line here. Both these teams, you can tell that they really want to win, take home some cash money for sure, show off as well for some colleges. But Squeak is going to get the first kill, followed up by a second on Pro Gamer, who's finally going to get taken down, but there's no healers on the side of Monarchs. There's not much that they can do.
Yeah, Monarchs are going to be down those healers, and that's when the Avengers need to read that, and that's when they really need to punish the Monarchs and try to just get some of these kills and push them back as far as they can and push the point forward. This is what the Avengers need to do if they want to keep up with the Monarchs.
Yeah, and the Avengers doing a great job just pushing so far forward, forcing the Monarchs away because the Monarchs just didn't have any healing line at that point. They're forced back so far, and in fact, point is just about, the cart is just about to touch point 1 here.
But still, just a lot of damage coming out from the Avengers. Avengers are looking very dominant in this match against the Monarchs. Monarchs are just falling one by one and are not able to contest that point here as it's going to be pushing forward. Should be pushing forward momentarily as it does now. And the Monarchs are going to be still trying to defend against the Avengers push.
I don't know if you saw that, but there were like 4 melee kills in the feed. I don't know what was happening, but that is for sure a brawl with all these characters just foregoing their guns and instead just trying to melee the other person down.
Yeah, that's probably what it happened there. But now the Monarchs are going to be doing what they can now because the Monarchs still have that 3 points on the board in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So what the Avengers need to do is just do as fast as they can as attack, but the Monarchs are having a good attack right now. Monarchs is killing one by one here, getting a lot of these good kills. Ski gets a kill on the Winston there, and Ana goes down from the Avengers side. This is going to go into the Monarchs' advantage.
Yes, indeed, and we see Ski taking that watch point, the Overwatch, if you will, looking after the Tracer and anyone who's entering from the bottom flanks. Again, Monarchs have now had time to sit down and gather their defenses, making it very difficult for the Avengers to push through.
Yeah, I thought I had the bad puns today. That's my job. But anyways, we still have lots of ultimates available for the Avengers and the Monarchs both. Still plenty of them for use, and they will probably get used. So the next fight, you would probably see it's going to be more of a ultimate fight. There's 5 ultimates already for the Avengers as they are going to be starting to use them. And the Monarchs may be starting to use them as well. But Dimitri gets a kill, Orber gets a kill as well.
All these Diva Bombs going back and forth. We see the Monkey go into Primal Rage. The Nano is also down as well. Can Jacob get anything from this? Not too much happening.
Yeah, there's a lot of kills coming out from the Avengers here so far, but it's still not, the point is still going to be pushing forward. 3 minutes on the clock for the Avengers to get the next point here. And it's, wow, that was a jump scare and a half right there for Jacob as he just turns around and sees Squeak coming out in full force. But they are very close from getting this point here. I believe the Monarchs may just not, or no, the other going to try to hold it, but 0.94 meters away, and they already got the first initial kill here. So the Monarchs could eventually start holding this point here. There's a lot of kills coming out from left and right from both sides here. Good trades. But it looks like it's going to be Monarchs on the advantage so far, but it can change just like that as one of the healers goes down. And they're still going to be fighting for that point here so far, but Ski gets a good kill as well. And there's going to be Monarchs for the advantage for the point.
Oh my gosh, Ski winning out that 1v1 against the Tracer. Not easy to do by any means. And that's unfortunate because that is what the Avengers needed. That momentum was in their favor. If they were able to cap the point there, and then they would have had an extra time bank to work with. And even if they did get stalled out by the Monarchs like they did to them on their defense, it would have still netted them enough time to cap point 3 and kept moving on. But now time is just...
Someone's on the point. They need to watch out for the person on the point, and they just go right behind them and gets the point. Oh, that's going to be contested. No, it's not going to be contested. They get the point. That was sneakily done for whoever that was. The fight is going to go into the Monarch's hands once again.
Yeah, I believe it was Soul Runner on that Tracer, but good call out, checking that back door. Obviously, I wasn't looking at it, and Monarchs were not either until it was too late. Tracer, just kind of one of those characters you have to be careful of. She can slip by you so easily.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate for the Monarchs. They had a good hold here, but now they're just going to have to hold them back until it gets time, or time runs out here for them.
Yes, indeed. We see Diva Bomb go out as Dimitri gets de-mech'd. Gonna remech as well. Almost got that kill on the Tracer for the remech. Eating so much damage, though.
Yeah, the times right now are going to be pretty equal here, but it looks like it's going to be the Avengers' time is still going to be going down. So the Monarchs, in the big picture, have the advantage so far.
Yes, indeed, and I'm sure the Monarchs feel it too. As you're watching the time go further and further away from the time bank of your opponent, you just have to keep realizing as there is a massive amount of damage going on. Oh. 3 kills with the blade. And
yeah,
we
3 kills coming out from Programmer here, but eventually does go down from the Tracer now. But it is still going to be the advantage still going to the Monarchs in some sense, as a lot of kills is coming out from the Avengers here. This is going to be very close coming into the end. It's going to be just like what the Avengers did to the Monarchs, just hold them back at the last second. That is what the Monarchs need to do, just to wind down that clock even farther.
Yes, absolutely, and every second wasted here is just an advantage to the Monarchs. Obviously, they want to make sure that the Avengers aren't able to push it all the way to completion, but if they can even just take more and more time off, as we're seeing, that is just more and more win, more and more advantage if they do go into overtime.
Yeah, most definitely. Now it is going to be winding, clock is still winding down. And the Monarchs are still looking very strong on this defense here, being able to push the Avengers back. And, you know, a minute left in the clock. The time is running out for the Avengers to do something here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, oh, my gosh, the Doom Fist coming out, getting massive amounts of damage into these small, tight corridors. Monarchs have the ult advantage, 3 ultimates that you really need to be careful of, especially as you're trying to push this point. 40 seconds remaining for the Avengers. They've got to make something happen. They've got to do something. They've got to get Monarchs out and away from this point.
Which is not happening, especially when it comes to, you know, ultimates coming out from Monarchs as well. And it's the good ultimate kill coming out onto orbit, actually, and that's just going to slow the push of the Avengers even farther. 20 seconds now. They need to find something that works for them and do it quickly, because they are definitely not. They definitely did not have enough time to do so.
Oh no! 10 seconds left, and we see Jacoby on the Winston. Primal Rage just battering around these supports, making it so difficult for them to do anything, especially as time is whittling away. Is anyone on point? There is someone on point, but how long are they going to last, especially with Jacoby just keeping all of those supports away? What a great pin from that Brigitte. Oh,
both the just like that. Just like that, the tides can turn. That's going to be both of the healers down coming out from the Monarchs here. Everyone from the Monarchs is pretty much down here, so the Monarchs, they definitely need to regroup and just probably try to just get all of them off the point here, as it is going to be the Monarchs still with the advantage here. Kill-wise, actually, it's going to be the Avengers still fighting back here.
Oh my gosh.
Still getting all these good kills and stuck finally, but it is going to be Monarchs going 1 by 1 here. This could be the advantage for the Avengers here, as they are just killing everyone 1 by 1.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if the Monarchs are going to be able to touch, and they're not, which means Avengers touch with 0 time left. Overwatch is nice, so it'll give them a minute on the clock, but even so, they're down a minute and actually they're down 3 minutes and 20 seconds against the Monarchs. That time bank difference is huge. It will be an uphill battle for the Avengers, but if they can stay on cart, they may be able to push it much further than we might be expecting here.
Yeah, most definitely. Just to keep you updated with the bracket so far, we have Bag Alert that beat Dancing Lizards and moved on against LHS Esports, and they beat them 2-0 as well. So it's going to be Bag Alert and Astronauts that are going to be playing in the other semifinal right now.
Oh, good to know. Look, again, Bag Alert just moving through this bracket. We watch the Astronauts. They are very, very strong, so I would not be surprised if that match could go either way. I think my money's on the Astronauts for right now, just because we saw how they played. But back to this match, Avengers versus Monarchs. If Avengers want to have any sort of shot at a game number 3, they're going to have to put everything into this push.
You do have to keep in mind that Bag Alert did play against the number 1 seed and did beat them 2-1.
That is true. That is something to consider for sure.
As composition-wise, they're looking pretty similar to the other rounds that they played for this map so far. But it will be the Avengers with the time disadvantage here, with only a minute to push to the first point here.
What I will say is both teams tended to struggle fairly heavily on this first point, and they really didn't start catching their steam until the second or the third point. So it is very possible that Avengers may be able to just push the payload all the way through point 1.
Yeah, and with only 20 seconds, they definitely need to find something that works for them and do it pretty quickly. But right now, most of the Monarchs are probably going to be setting up for them just to have that final little push. Only one big push and big, kills that's all it will take for the advantage to change. But Jacoby's going down. Actually, he's going to be damage and a takedown for the Monarch side. But so right now the Avengers have an advantage over them, but it changes very quickly as a lot of kills coming in from both sides. And it's still going to be the Monarchs still right there, just trying to get these kills and take down that overtime and stop them from getting that point. Still kills coming out now. It's going to be High Noon coming out from Rogue here. So he's going to pick one off. He does get one. He does get the Tracer. What a shot coming out from him, but it's still kills coming out from Avengers still. It's still staying strong now. Avengers actually might be able to get the advantage here against the Monarchs here. They are getting a lot of kills. Avengers could very well get this first point on the board for them.
And this is what I was talking about. Both teams just tend to struggle a bit more on this. Oh my gosh, what was that Brigitte thinking? Thinking that there's no escape. Oh, and at this point, Avengers working with no time left in their bank, so they cannot leave this payload. They need to constantly be touching it. It is up to the Monarchs to shove them off and end this run so that they do not get any further.
Yeah, and then Monarchs have, both teams actually have a lot of ultimates in their favor that they could use for this game here. But it'll definitely be interesting to see who will be able to get the most here. There's a lot of kills coming out from the Monarchs here. Monarchs is getting a lot of kills, actually. It's going to be Jacoby with a double kill here, and they are going to be pushing him off the point here. With only 3 people left on the point. Dimitri just taking all the damage here, as is going to be only left up to 1 or 2 people on the point here, as more are trying to come back. And still in overtime, point is still going to be contested here, but Monarchs definitely have the advantage thus far.
Absolutely.
That is going to be it.
That is going to be it. But a very reasonable, very good push on the side of Avengers, especially when they only had a minute remaining. So they were able to get checkpoint 1 and move it a little under halfway for checkpoint 2. That is a lot of space. But when we look at the time bank difference, that was what the Avengers were able to do with a minute. What can the Monarchs do with 3 minutes and 20 seconds?
Monarchs on paper definitely do have the advantage for this match. With time advantage, they most definitely have that, and they only need to get halfway through the first 1.5 points basically.
Right.
And that's all they need to win.
And again, not seeing too much of a change actually not seeing too much of a change for the Monarchs, unless we see that Bastion on the side of Avengers. They're going for that double
Pirate
shield,
ship?
maybe Pirate Ship. Well, it's not really the right comp for Pirate Ship, honestly. But it might just be
we need a Reinhardt.
a Rhino or an Orisa, someone who can really defend the Bastion in order for it to truly be a pirate ship. But on the side of Avengers, they've got a very interesting comp of their own. They've switched off from the more dive-centric comp to a double shield comp, having that Orisa and Sigma instead to potentially slow down the push of the Monarchs. I like this change, and I'm very interested to see if it actually can work, especially because both teams have struggled so much on point of one here.
Yeah, you know, what we've seen is there's only like 2 big fights for the first point here. If the Monarchs are able to win both of those, they could definitely, you know, get that first point pretty early here, as they are already like halfway through. They are going to be under the bridge now. Just, you know, a lot of damage not really being done thus far, just quite yet, but as soon as they go under the bridge and through, that's when most of the damage is going to be done.
Yeah, but as we see, it's just the Monarchs having trouble getting them off the roof. Of course, the payload being closer and closer to checkpoint 1 forces them off into a more defensive position. They have to be careful. Soul Runner being attacked by the Genji is not going to walk away alive from that one.
Yeah, Monarchs are actually looking very well on this fight here. They could, if they get some of these major kills still, they could eventually take this first point.
Absolutely, and it looks like they are going to be able to take this first point as 4 members of Avengers go down. There's no one left to stop it unless a last-second player comes in. Soul Runner doing so much for their team, taking out Jacoby again.
And still plenty of time on the board for Monarchs to be able to push this point forward and still get some, maybe able to win this match here. And, you know, everything is on the line here. That's unfortunate placement coming out from Soul Runner there. But everything is on the line here. You know, whoever wins this game will be moving on to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Dimitri almost picked up that Dragons, but also just ended up... Oh my gosh, so many ultimates are being thrown left and right. Hold that thought. As we see Diva Bomb, we see Sigma ult, we see Monkey ultimate as well. The rally for the side of Brig comes out. We see Genji ultimate with the blade picking up one, just harassing the supports as well.
So they're gonna get it.
That's it.
Just like that, the Monarchs are gonna be going to the finals. Well done from them. You know, just unfortunately could not get close enough, or the Avengers just unfortunately could not get close enough. But Rogue with the Genji, I believe this is going to be with his Nano Blade. This such an insane play coming from Rogue on the Avengers here. But you have to give it up for both teams. Both teams are super strong in this game. The Avengers were just trying their best just to hold on, and they did get the points on the board and did the damage and got the kills that they needed, but it was the Monarchs who got the advantage over the Avengers.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We talked about it. It was really close in control for the majority of Escort, for the majority of that map. It really did feel like Monarchs were completely in the driver's seat. They felt like they were dictating the pace of the map, and I really do like the switch, the team comp switch from the Avengers when it came to that second defense. But at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough, and they couldn't stop the constant pressure, the constant movement that Monarchs brought to the table.
Yeah, most definitely, and that is going to be well done coming out from the for the Monarchs. And just to keep you updated on the other semifinal, Bag Alert has 1 point up against the Astronauts thus far.
Oh, that is very interesting to hear indeed. I'm very excited for what this grand finals is going to look like. Monarchs, such a dominant team. We've been able to watch 2 of their matches, and they are just looking so strong. Remember, even the grand finals is a best of 3, so this may be the first time that on stream we'll be able to watch it go all the way. So far, we've just been seeing 2-0 victories. Not to say that they've all been steamrolls or anything like that. They have been very close for sure, but I'm really hoping that we can see that final map at some point.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see, but we may be able to see it, or maybe it'll be the curse of the stream where it's just all been 2-0s. But of course, we are going to be taking a break, and we will come back whenever Bag Alert and Astronauts get done with their game. And but of course, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because we will be going to the finals here shortly. Welcome back, everyone, and we are at the point where everyone wanted it to be. We are in the grand finals for the Overwatch tournament for today. And of course, the two teams that are in the finals right now, we have Bag Alert and we have the Monarchs. The Bag Alert was seed number 17. They have beat the number 1 seed, number 9 seed, number 12 seed and they swept them all pretty aggressively from what I've heard. And then we have the other side, the Monarchs, which was the number 6 seed. Now the Monarchs have beat the number 2 seed, the number 3 seed, and the number 11 seed. And the Monarchs have looked pretty dominant as well. So this should be, in theory, a very well grand final. And, of course, I am the Space God, in case you're just tuning in. And I am joined by the one and only
Master Hamster, aka Alexander T. Kresek, and it is so exciting to be here. I mean, both these teams fighting for first place for that $600, second place getting $300, so there is money on the line. They are, man, I mean, I would like $600 at this point, honestly. So I'm very excited to see. We've been following the Monarchs as closely as we could be, honestly. We've been able to see 2 of their matches so far. We haven't really seen too much on the side of Bag Alert or that upper side of the bracket, just because those games got a little bit delayed, a little bit slower earlier in the day. So what we have seen from the Monarchs is incredible gameplay. They struggle a little. When I say struggle, it means that it's a bit closer on the control side. But when it comes to escort, they are king. There is literally no one else who's been able to touch them on escort so far. They have just been doing such a phenomenal job of it. At the end of the day, Bag Alert, we haven't really seen them on stream. Actually, we haven't seen them on stream at all. So they'll be a little bit of a wild card, even for us as the casters. But I mean, as my co-caster just said, taking down the number 1 seed, they're on a bit of a tear right now.
Yeah, most definitely. It'll be interesting to see what both these teams can bring to the board for us. And of course, maybe we'll see another Legion Tower for the first map. Maybe it'll be different, but it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like it may be Ilios.
Oh, it may be different. I mean, we have on the stream so far, every control map that we've seen has been Lijiang Tower. I've talked about it a little bit. It's basically what we see in the collegiate space a lot. Lijiang is always picked as the first map. There's practically never any variation, and it makes sense that high school has that same feelings toward the map as well. It's a solid map. It's pretty strong. Ilios, though, definitely
it's
going
Nepal. I was wrong.
Going to Nepal. Nepal, also a very different vibe than Lijiang as well. So there is just so much that can happen here. And if we look on the side of Monarchs, because we have a little bit of time before they get into the game, we can talk a little bit about the team composition that we've seen from the Monarchs so far. And typically they like to play more of a dive-based comp. They really like to be aggressive. They like to track down and hunt down these players. They're not as sit back and double shield, or even they do brawl a little bit. For the most part, we do see a lot of that dive. And I think Dimitri on the side of the Monarchs is probably my favorite player so far. That Diva player is incredible. We've seen them eat so many ultimates at the crucial points in the matches. So I'm very excited to see what Dimitri can do on that Diva as we get closer to this game time. I'm really hoping to see some defense matrix coming out, eating some more ultimates, stopping any sort of aggression that Bag Alert can throw out. But maybe Bag Alert will bring out my new favorite player. We'll have to see.
Yeah, most definitely. And now we are going to be heading over to Nepal. It should be a very interesting match because we have not seen Nepal on the stream today. So it'll definitely be interesting to see of how these players will go about going on this map.
Yeah, and so Control really it favors brawl compositions. We have a ball composition actually coming out on the side of Monarchs. At least that's what they're hovering for now. I think this is a good plan for them. And, you know, if Dimitri can play the ball well, it can be so disruptive on the side of Bag Alert. On the other side of Bag Alert, we see a Rhine and a Diva. That's a bit closer to what we'd expect more for that Brawl composition. And then the Monarchs also, interestingly enough, have the Pharmacy, which has worked out in the past. So I'm interested to see how that Echo will kind of counteract with those two players.
Yeah, we are gonna be having the first initial fight with already the Diva, or not the Diva, already having the Tracer having that first initial kill on it to the healer there, and now we are gonna be seeing what the Monarchs maybe have to regroup, or I mean, nothing's really happening just yet. They're just gonna let Bag Alert just take the map or take the first point right now.
Yeah, and I actually respect this choice here. Monarchs know that they're down one of their main healers. They're down the Mercy, and it just makes more sense for them to sit back. But oh my gosh, the Mercy again is taken out immediately. That poor player cannot play the game right now.
Yeah, that's important to see here, as Bag Alert is just going to be putting a lot of damage onto the Monarchs here so far. You know, 20% already up, and, you know, they're still having a pretty strong hold for them right now. It's going to be a Tracer versus Diva right now. It's going to be very close, but eventually it's going to be Jacob gets the kill in the end.
Yeah, and the big thing right now is the fact that the Monarchs are just so split up from each other. There's no team coalition, honestly. Ooh, a great immortality going to come down, but also the ball ultimate is going to come down as well. Can they survive the onslaught? They are going to get a kill on the Tracer, but not before damage getting taken out. And oh my gosh, Farrah accidentally kills herself. That's so sad.
That was very interesting to see from the Monarch side, but it's going to be Bag Alert still with the point advantage here. It's going to be Dimitri now on the hamster, just, you know, in the back, you know, trying to put some pressure on where he can to try to distract him from the rest of his teammate, or from the rest of the team. But he may, in there, almost cap the point, about to get halfway before he was recognized by the Bag Alert.
Yeah, very interesting for Bag Alert to give up so much space there. It ends up working out in their favor somehow. They just take a step back, bait Monarchs in, and just push forward.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do if they want to keep on getting these wins like this. And they're going to be still a lot of kills coming out from Bag Alert. Bag Alert is still looking pretty dominant in this match thus far.
Yeah, and again, we see a lot of top tier players, top level players will do this, where they keep the baby Diva alive. Unfortunately, they let her remech and then demech, but that's going to be it. Overtime hits, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to touch it. Nope, Tracer's there, but is instantly going to get found out. Bag Alert, a very solid control round one on Nepal.
They got the 100%, but the fact is, Monarchs didn't even get 1% on the board. Like, yeah. The Bag Alert, that was a shutout game for Bag Alert's favor, and just went against the Monarchs and just did so much damage. And where the Monarchs can't really keep up, you know, like you said, Bag Alert was doing a good job at splitting up Monarchs, and they were just taking them out one by one by then. But comp-wise, Monarchs will be changing it up a little bit. It's going to be Dimitri back on the Diva now. And now I'll just be seeing what kind of plays we'll be doing. Monarchs are already on the point, though, ahead of Bag Alert. So this is what the Monarchs need to do, is they're trying to get some points on the board for them. But Bag Alert is going to be right there, is trying to do as much damage as he can as well.
Yeah, and I really like this change back. Again, I do believe that Dimitri, for better or for worse, it plays best on that Diva. Basically a Diva one trick at this point, as we see kills going left and right, but Dimitri having 2 of those kills and a demech as they get demeched as well. But really, it's switching back, the Monarchs switching back to more of a brawl comp. Seems a bit closer to their comfortability and their play style, and it's working out for them, at least right now.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the point advantage. They do have the point advantage right now, so this is going to be a plus on their side. But, you know, Bag Alert can come out with what they had beforehand. They had a pretty strong composition coming out for them. So maybe they can come back in and try to put more damage on Monarchs. But right now, it's just going to be a fight at the start over here, at the point. Just both sides are trying to do as much damage as they can. Ultimate-wise, there's going to be some ultimates that are going to be available for both sides right now. But still, there's a lot of damage coming in, and we see a beat come out. It's going to be Nat taking out the Reinhardt there, but Reinhardt going down on the other side though. But it's going to be a lot of kills coming in from Monarchs and Bag Alert. Good trades coming in. You know, not one team really having the advantage right now, but it looks like maybe the Monarchs are getting the most kills out of this.
Yeah, and again, it's due to Dimitri on this Diva who is on an absolute tear, just taking out these backliners. There's no one there to stop him. No one there to get him away from the supports or the healers.
Yeah, he's just trying all that he can to, you know, do as much damage as he can, which he's doing a good job at. And Ski, Anakin, and Rogue have their ultimates, so that's 3 ultimates up against Bag Alert. But Bag Alert do almost have that Diva Bomb and the wall, or the Baptiste wall coming out for them.
And here we go. We see Wall from the side of Symmetra. We see Beat go down as well, and Window from Baptiste. We see Diva throw down Bomb. It's not going to find anyone. Shatter goes down, but oh my gosh, the Symmetra is picking up kills left and right. Bun is practically the only one left and is also going to fall. They get a little bit of tick, but it's not going to be enough. No one on the side of Bag Alert is there, and this is sort of a complete reversal. Bag Alert now this time not able to get any percentage on the point, while Monarchs 100-0.
Just well done coming here from both sides. I mean, Bag Alert got the first point. They're looking pretty dominant in that one. And then Monarchs on the second one, they got all the damage and all the points, and they are looking dominant on that one. So this is pretty even right now.
Yeah, and here we go on to Nepal Temple. This is my favorite variation of the map due to the drop-off in the middle. It's very easy to get knocked off, so I'm very interested to see what sort of environmental kills are going to come out of here. Obviously, both teams running that Lucio for the speed and the Sim for the speed, but also just to knock players into that well.
Yeah, still, you know, this is going to be the first initial fight, or both these teams are going to try to, you know, get this in first initial point or points on the board, or percentage on the board for them. It's going to be a head-on-head fight right now, as both sides are, you know, getting a lot of damage in that little hole right there. But it's almost falling off there. I believe someone almost fell off the end there, but it's going to be the May getting a lot of freezing out. It's going to be Nat that did finish off with the Reinhardt as well. This is still anyone's game, as you know, both sides have lost one player. Both sides actually lost their Reinhardt, so it's gonna be one takedown. But you know, no one's really on the point yet. But like as I said, that Monarchs do get the point now. It's gonna be Bun taking out the other Symmetra on the team, and Andrew as well. This could be going in the way of the Bag Alert, even though Monarchs had the first initial push here.
Oh, what a beautiful May wall, completely separating the Ryan away from the rest of the team. And that is indeed going to be Bag Alert taking advantage. He's going to try to jump to just stall it out a little bit more, but that is not going to happen. Not going to help too much. A little bit of percentage on the side of Monarch, so it isn't going to be a 100-0 game as we've seen in the past, and I do believe that we will see more fights trading possession of this point as we get deeper, just because of how well both of these teams are playing. 3 ultimates on the side for both teams. We see Wall come out from Symmetra on the side of Monarchs. Wall comes out from the side of Bag Alert as well. Shatter goes down, finds a couple. We see Deadeye on the Cassidy, and just ultimates going back and forth. Everyone's staying alive pretty well. We finally see an environmental kill. Symmetra wins in that Symmetra duo for the side of Monarchs, but Bag Alert is winning a majority of these kills.
Yeah, Bag Alert had a very well fight right there. You know, getting us all these kills right here is still another boop off the map for Dimitri there from Pinhead. So Bag Alert are going to be trying to hold the point here, but you know, Monarchs could easily come back and sweep out Bag Alert pretty quick. But of course, we'll just have to see here, as Monarchs are going to be regrouping here, be pushing off to the left over there, and just be trying to do what they can to try to take this point.
What a great gravitic flux from Nat on the side of Bag Alert. Going to catch 3 players and really just stops any sort of aggression. We even see the BAP window go down to no avail. We see Beat come out from the side of Monarchs. We also see the Shatter. It's going to find a couple. There's no ultimates on the side of Bag Alert left, so Monarchs may be able to just run through this point.
Yeah, Monarchs should be very well could, but you know, they are getting, you know, some picks are coming off from the Symmetra now, but I believe they did take care of the Symmetra. But the point is still contested. It's the point, the percent is still going up on the Bag Alert, but it eventually does go over to the Monarchs now. as this is going to be a big fight now. There's a lot of kills coming in from both sides. The Pinhead gets a boop off the map from onto the May here, and Bagler are going to have the advantage here to take back the point.
Oh, yes, indeed. Monarchs had point for just a little bit, but it was not long enough. Bagler coming in strong, making sure that there was nothing that they could do. We see the switch from Dimitri to the ball to quickly get back to point, but they're just too far, and Bagler is going to take map number 1 on Nepal.
And that is exactly what they needed to do to take that map there. And that was relatively went by pretty quick. I mean, both teams were basically looking pretty dominant. But in that last match, it was a little bit more close. But I mean, this insane plays come out from Rogue on Symmetra here, just taking out so many of the players for them to be able to get that map. But Bagler with a well-deserved first map there, but it'll be good to see if Monarchs can come back and maybe try to bring it into the third game of the day, because we have not seen a third game. But I don't want to jinx it, but every time, we've always been a 2-0, so if Bagler wins the next map, they win the grand finals.
Yeah, honestly, going back to that play of the game, when we look at this Symmetra, we've seen too many Symmetras left undisturbed, unchecked. Honestly, we've seen too many Symmetras in the backline just getting kill after kill after kill, no one doing anything about them. I know Symmetra doesn't seem like a threat, but if she charges her beam, that is damage. You are going to get beamed down very, very quickly.
Oh yeah, definitely have to watch out for that. And yeah, you were right. I mean, every time someone has played Symmetra in these matches, they are definitely left untouched for the most part, and be able to put up those turrets on the wall to be able to put all those damage out. And you know, if it works, it works. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, exactly. But I think this outcome that we saw, game number 1, Bagler taking control, I think this was a bit expected. We've talked about it before. Monarchs tend to struggle at least a little bit on control. It doesn't look like they're more comfortable map. They really tend to blossom on escort. So I am very excited to see. They also get map pick. So I think this is super important. Monarchs, I feel, are much better on escort, and they get to choose which escort map they go to. I think, will play massively in their favor.
Yeah, that could be the deciding factor, and we are going to be. Looks like we may be going to Dorado, actually.
Interesting. A map that we haven't seen the Monarchs play on, but that's just because they've won their control and then they win out on escort on their opponent's pick. But maybe they just feel more comfortable on Dorado, which is totally fair. I think it does play well around their dive, even their brawl. Maybe less their brawl, but more their dive composition that they like to run. Winston gets a lot of benefit from Dorado, a lot of places to jump up and on and around.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as like I said before, the right comps is definitely what makes the major difference, because a lot of different characters have advantages over one another, so they could eventually be able to get those wins.
Yeah, absolutely. And you are right. It looks like we're getting into Dorado here. I'm super excited. Bagler has been playing phenomenally, but how does that translate to escort? And can they take down what I believe is Monarch's best game mode, escort, on Dorado?
Yeah, and it should be interesting to see what both these teams, as we see like you're saying, these comps is what matters here. And it looks like the Monarchs are probably going to have your average comp for Dorado. They've actually been playing those characters a lot throughout this whole series that I've noticed as well.
Yeah, and definitely there are comfort picks for players as well. We know that Monarchs have the ability to play different characters if need be, but like you said before, if it ain't broke, why fix it? Don't fix it. We see Jacoby on the Winston a lot. Dimitri, again, I feel like is a Diva one trick. I don't think that's an insult. I think they're incredible on the Diva, and they should be playing more Diva. So, if your team comp works, there's no need to change it. And if this is the map you're comfortable with, this is probably the team comp that you're comfortable with on this map as well.
Yeah, most definitely, and we've seen Monarchs have done, they've worked pretty well all day today, especially on a game mode like this. But we have not seen, like I said, we haven't seen the map, but just I forgot my train of thought. You go ahead.
Yeah, no. I mean, did you see how quickly Andrew on the side of Bag Alert was instantly taken out? Thank goodness there was a mercy to Rez, but oh my gosh, the Genji on the side of Monarch's just a menace right now before they get taken out. Man, every time. It's a little bit of a caster's curse, honestly.
Yep. Well, you always have to see it, a few times here and there with the caster's curse. But now we see he nanoed someone. I don't see who he nanoed, but it's gonna be point. He's still gonna be pushing forward for the. Oh, what a nasty bomb though coming out from the Tracer. But it is gonna be the point. It's gonna be stopped for right now. It's gonna be left to Monarch just to regroup here, as it's gonna be Bag Alert sitting on top of the point just to hold it.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Genji has ultimate. Tracer's probably going to get ultimate soon. Winston's definitely going to get an ultimate. So they do have some ults in their favor. Bag Alert looking like just about the same. The Mercy's going to get Valkyrie in just a second here. So not too much happening. The ult advantage isn't really one way or the other. It's really close. Both these teams, I think, are very evenly matched. And I think it's okay that Monarchs got stopped here on this first point. They have enough time. They have the space in order to regain. And here we go. Jacoby jumping in right on the support line. I'm going to ultimate as well, trying to get this Baptiste dead, but they're getting pocketed by the Mercy. We see Gravitic Flux come out from the side of Bag Alert, as well as the Bongos on Orisa. Valkyrie is going to go as well. Moving Fish and the rest are moving, but Genji for Monarchs are putting damage down.
Yeah, just as soon as you thought Bag Alert had the advantage, Monarchs come back strong and trying to take back the point here, but it's still going to be back in Bag Alert's favor here. Monarchs were having a good push there, and just was not able to go far enough.
Yeah, man, these teams are so back and forth. It's like, oh, okay, it looks like Bag Alert is winning this fight. They're closing it up, and then all of a sudden Monarchs pull out something crazy and get 3 kills. And you're like, wait, who's winning now? I have no idea. Bag Alert, if you're a fan of Bag Alert, thankfully they were able to secure that kill. Time is ticking away for the Monarchs. Just about a minute remaining here.
Yeah, but now it's going to be, less than a minute left for the Monarchs to do something here. They're definitely going to be running out of time. They are going to be really close, fairly close to getting that first point here. But it's going to be Bag Alert, with this wonderful defense that they've been having throughout this game here. But Tracer damages go. It must be both the healers down coming out from Bag Alert actually, and Monarchs may be able to take this point back here.
Oh, they are. They have 4 kills to their name. Not many players left. Bun is just going to try to get out Sigma, just trying to retreat, get back to their team. Monarchs able to clear that out, but now without getting some extra credit as well.
Yeah, but now the point is going to be moving forward for the Monarchs here. They got an extra 3 minutes on the clock to try to get to the next point here. But it's plenty of time for any of the team, or either of these teams. But what a nasty bomb coming out from Moving Fish right there on the Tracer. But it's time. There's time for either of these teams to do something.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we haven't been talking enough about Moving Fish on the Tracer for Bag Alert, but they have been on point with these pulse bombs, just getting the right targets when it is necessary. Dealing so much damage, and we even see the Tracer for Monarchs getting poked out. Bongos goes down, it's gonna get taken out. Same with the bomb. Diva Bomb's gonna take out Orisa. Cassie's gonna take out the Brigitte. Buns is gonna find 2. Ooh. Again, these fights are so back and forth.
Yeah, that is what you need to do for Bag Alert. They are going to be, Bag Alert is going to be struggling a little bit here, but they look like they may be able to hold the point for even longer right now. They still got less than 2 minutes on the clock, but it's still ultimates available for both sides here. As we see, Bun is going to be using the mirror here. Moving on, what a nasty bomb coming out from him, but just unable to hit. As 3 health and this goes down eventually. But the point is still being moved forward by the Monarchs here. Bagler is trying to do what they can to defend against the point and just let this time run out, but Monarchs are looking very strong on this attack right now.
Yeah, and we see the Gravitic Flux come out. Not going to get too much, if anything. It is up to the Monarchs. They have ultimates. The stick! That is going to be what the Monarchs need in order to stay in this game. As I say that, though, kills are trading back in not their favor. Jacoby trying to put some pressure on the Sigma, who's got the high ground. Going to knock him off. And again, moving Fish just being such a menace to the DPS line.
Yeah, still a lot of damage coming into the front line here. You know, both teams are going to be going head-to-head here. It's just because we see Tongman getting a kill on it to the healer there. It's two healers. Both the healers on Monarchs are going to be down now. So Bagler, on paper, have the advantage right now, and they are getting these kills. And it looks like Bagler will have the point with only 20 seconds remaining on the clock here, with still a lot of kills coming out.
This is insane to me. It looks like Monarchs are winning these fights, but somehow Bag Alert is able to stick to it and close out these fights, even if they have 2 or 3 members left versus the entirety of Monarchs. A Pulse Bomb going to come out, not going to find anyone. We are hitting overtime, so it's up to Monarchs to stay on point and push it towards completion. Transcendence is also going to come out from the side of Zen on the Monarchs. And we have Deadeye from Cassie. Is it going to find anyone? Counter trans from Andrew on Bag Alert. They have to stay alive. Bun with a perfect stun. Has to be careful because of the bomb. It's only going to find one.
Yeah, I mean, this is still anyone's game. A lot of trades are coming out here. We can't really tell who has the advantage at the point. But maybe Bag Alert that has the most kills for them. But Monarchs are going to be very close. It's going to be less than Moving Fish on the point here, who is going to be getting most of the kills here. And that is going to be it. And that is going to be round number 1 complete with only 1 point on the board. Almost 2 for Monarchs. But we'd have to see if Bag Alert can beat that.
Yeah, and that's a difficult situation to be in if you're the Monarchs. Definitely, I think Monarchs are strongest on Escort map. They didn't get it as far as they would like, and they were so close. There were so many opportunities that they were just there, but couldn't quite finish up the fight. And that is really where, if you're the Monarchs, that may be weighing on you. That may be kind of weighing you down a little bit if you keep thinking about the fact that you're struggling to close these fights out. You just have to kind of shrug that off and look forward to the future. They're going with a double shield comp. I do like the switch up. I think this will allow them more opportunities to stay on this high ground, put out a ton of damage, especially because we see Bagler running a Zarya Sigma comp, which is interesting in its own right. So again, those 2 tanks in particular don't have a ton of mobility to reach that high ground, which could work in your favor.
Yeah, it is very interesting composition, but it does switch over to the Orisa, and we see a Hog come out as well. So
Yeah, I mean, again, when we're looking at those comps, both of those tanks don't have a whole lot of mobility in order to reach that high ground. Obviously, Orisa with the Halt can pull players down, and then Hog with the Hook. It's actually a really nasty combo, the Halt into Hook, but they immediately see the comp that the Monarchs are running, and they switch it up. I love this. They switch it up instantly, realizing that Monarchs have decided to take this high ground strat, and instead have switched to the Diva and the Hammond, who can affect this high ground.
yeah, and you know they are going to be wanting to push them off this high ground, which I believe they have done for the most part. Got most of the players off the high ground. It's going to be a fight just to see who can have advantage of the high ground. And Bagler are already moving pretty fast to get to that first point here. So Bagler are definitely have the win in mind, and that's what they are doing thus far.
Oh my goodness, yeah, they pushed already under bridge. Monarchs still fighting up top, trying to figure out a way to get over to this point. Great immortality field on the side of Monarchs. Oh my goodness, and now kills are flowing their way.
Yeah, kills are flowing in now for the Monarchs here. There's a lot of kills coming out, but still Bun with the double kill, which does go down from Zach on the Ash there. But still a lot of damage done here, and with Bag Alert, you know, having that first good push, but eventually was taken out. And now we're starting to see that we have some ultimates available for use on both sides. But what a nasty shot! Oh my lord! Just come out of nowhere and just takes him out there, but eventually does go down. And this is going to be Bagler that may be trying to take this first point here.
Oh my gosh, what a nice shot from the Ashe on the side of Monarchs. But here we go, ultimates galore. We see double Transcendence, we see Gravitic Flux as well. Valkyrie's coming down as well. Rally on the side of Bag Alert. Hammond is ulting as well. So many ultimates left and right. The Bongas from Orisa get taken out immediately, as well as the Immortality Field. Again, so much damage, but Monarchs are coming out on the better end of this.
Yeah, Monarchs are definitely going to be having the advantage right now with killing most of Bag Alert players. And now it's going to be up to Bag Alert to regroup, to, you know, try to get their stuff together, to try to push on the point again.
Yeah, I'm really impressed at how well Monarchs have been holding this point. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, just making it difficult. They're saying, hey, Bag Alert, you held us to checkpoint 2. We couldn't get there. We're going to try to hold you to checkpoint 1. We'll make sure that you can't even get there. But that is a deadly first pick. Thank goodness there's a Mercy there to res. Oh, these teams are so back and forth. Oh, Deadeye's going to find one.
Yeah, that one kill could be pretty big because that is going to be on the hamster there. But still, a lot of damage coming out from Bag Alert here, and they're trying to push forward on the point here. But it is going to be still in the Monarchs. They're still going to have the advantage. They're still going to be winding that clock down even farther. As multiple kills coming out from the Monarchs now. 3 now. And that is definitely going to be the Monarchs for the advantage right now.
Oh yeah, they are in the zone. They are in their flow for sure. They've really been able to batten down all the hatches for this specific portion of the push. I thought they were going to really try to focus on that high ground, but here in the Festival Square, they've been able to make their best hold so far.
Oh yeah, most definitely here. As now still a lot of damage will be coming out from him. Bag Alert really needs to get this point moved up so that way Monarchs doesn't get the win. But we may be going to the third game if the Monarchs do keep this up.
Absolutely, a beautiful Gravitic Flux from Dimitri. I know I said that I think Dimitri's a one-trick on that Diva, but they are proving me wrong. Their Sigma is insane, but oh my gosh, Cassidy with the double kill. There is almost nothing that Bag Alert can do. They are getting full stopped here. They have no time. They have to touch the point. Ooh. Oh gosh, the headshot from Ashe. And the Genji trying to keep it alive from Bun, but it is not going to be enough. They're not even going to be able to get to checkpoint 1. Monarchs with an incredible hold.
That we are going to be seeing the third game, and that was well done from both of them there. And you know, Bag Alert almost were so close from getting that point there, but Rogue with the play of the game here is most definitely deserved. I believe this was the crazy Deadeye he did. Oh no, he just got a bunch of kills. Oh my lord.
Yeah, it's just the flicks. That's all it was. And I think that play of the game really kind of shows how close it was. There wasn't any giant, massive 5-man shatter. There wasn't a 6-man bomb. It really was these two teams playing solid gameplay from every person on the team. They were all playing so well at this high level game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need to do, you know, to get these wins. And, you know, both these teams are really even right now. You know, they're both locked on like gameplay and like how they play and skill-wise, you know, they're pretty locked. And going into this third game will definitely show who the better team will be. Well, if they win, I mean, of course they'll show who the better team is. But, you know, it'll definitely be interesting to see what they can both give to us.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very interested to see what the final map pick is going to be. It is going to be Bag Alert's map pick. It is Assault. So they have the choice of Hanamura, Volskaya Industries, and Temple of Anubis. So if I had to guess, I feel like they would, Bag Alert, probably based on their team comp, I'm feeling like they would probably try to go for something like a Hanamura. and they can try to play a bit more of their gameplay, their game style. I think if you're Monarchs, you probably want to sit back. Maybe a Temple of Anubis may benefit them as well. But again, I mean, these teams are so evenly matched that it really doesn't matter where they go. It's going to be a fantastic final match. And I wonder if they've thought about what happens if we draw. I wonder if we're going to go to a game 4 potentially. I'm hoping I'm caster cursing this and we instead do go to a game 4 somehow. But anything is possible with Assault for sure.
Oh yeah, most definitely. But they may change the settings where it would go to overtime, or maybe they didn't think about that. But only one way to find out.
Yeah, only one way to find out. And here we go. Players are working on choosing the map. Of course, they have time in between these matches to sit down, talk, recuperate, regain. We've used this word a lot. Just reset their mental, because esports is so much about the mental state. It's so easy to get frustrated because your push wasn't working, or just your team comp, maybe your comms were falling through a little bit. It's so easy to just get out of that competitive mind space. And so taking a little bit of time to just recuperate, sit down, relax, take a couple breaths. As I expected, I thought that Bag Alert would want to go to Hanamura, and that is exactly where we are. Hanamura, I just figured based on how they were playing, the characters that they were picking, this seemed like the best map for them to choose.
Yeah, most definitely. And with them choosing this map, we haven't seen unless Bag Alert did play it when they did the third game. Maybe these teams haven't really warmed up to this map. So it'll be interesting to see who will have the advantage over one another.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. Bag Alert, Bag Alert so far has been one of the only teams to go to a game 3 in this bracket. So they do have that advantage on the fact that they are, in fact, going to Assault map, rather, versus Monarchs, who hasn't had to play Assault the entirety of the tournament.
Yeah, and comp wise, we only see the Monarchs. The Monarchs right now, they have changing it up a little bit here. This is basically the same comp that we've been seeing.
Yeah, and that makes sense, right? It makes sense that they're going to be running this Rhine Diva comp with the Lucio in the back. It's been working out for them so far. Oh, wow, what a great aggressive teleportation. They're just trying to get past and around, and they almost were able to get by unscathed.
Yeah, very unfortunate there from the Monarchs there. The push did kind of work out in their favor here, but it is going to be Bag Alert with the good defense here. And Echo there getting in there, getting a bunch of damage done, but you gotta watch out because there goes the Mercy goes down. But Bud with an insane kill onto the Baptiste there.
Yeah, you have to be careful, especially when you're playing it so aggressively. Jacoby looking very, very low. We see the Immortality Field come down, but the Echo is there with the bombs, and that is just going to reset the Monarchs push. They're just going to want to reset. It was a good idea in theory, but unfortunately they weren't able to really swarm the point like they wanted to, or get that high ground locked down, and instead they ended up fighting basically a war on 2 fronts.
Yeah, most definitely. And right now, time is just dwindling down for the Monarchs, but they just teleport onto the point here. This is what the Monarchs could be able to do. This is what could help them, because now the Bag Alert is caught off guard, and they are going to be on the point, and someone needs to get in there. No one's going to be able to.
Here we go. Duplicate's going to go down as we see Moving Fish turn into the Reinhardt. We also saw the Gravitic Flux. Moving Fish is going to get the Shatter. Oh my goodness. It is big.
Oh.
It is massive. No one is left. They are all gone. Thankfully, in favor, if you're a fan of Monarchs, though, they were able to get a good bit of tick onto the point. They got 2 ticks. They almost finished it off, but they have 2 minutes to just get 1 more tick. That is not hard, especially with how aggressively and how they've been playing. Actually, as I say that, Yeah, they are just about almost have their ultimates. They're doing it again. They just keep teleporting in. Lucio's going to get taken down. I don't know if it'll keep working.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's working too well again here. It looks like Bagler is going to be a little bit more prepared as they are getting a lot of kills onto them. And it definitely is not going to be working. Oh, all three of them fell off the map. Yeah, that is not going to be working for the Monarchs.
I think the Monarchs have decided to in favor of jumping off the map to quickly reset their momentum because they know they don't have a lot of time to work with. I'm surprised that they haven't switched off of this Symmetra when they had the opportunity, because it allowed them to get their 2 ticks, but at this point Bagler is expecting it, right? Maybe they could switch up their strategy. Here we go again. Oh, it's actually
it was a fake. They played really well, and here goes the Monarchs with all their ultimates coming out. It's gonna be working out in their favor now as the 2 of them already go down, but Andrew's getting the Baptiste though, but it's gonna kills are still gonna coming out from both sides here. I can't really tell who has the advantage so far. Just it looks like the Monarchs are gonna have the favor actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, Ash drops the Bob in an awkward spot, so it's not going to get too much. Monarchs just ticking away. 2 members left. They're going to be able to cap point A. So now we're on to point B, which is much more difficult. They do have 3 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock, so they have a little bit of time to work with. But again, as we've been talking about, spawn advantage is so important, and the spawn is literally right over point B.
Yeah, that's definitely going to hurt them a lot here, but here goes the Monarchs instantly going in. A lot of damage done to them, but luckily they had a lot of good heals. So here we go. This could be a big fight coming in for the Monarchs here, but kills are actually going to be coming in for the Monarchs here. But eventually almost goes down there, but so D.Va got D-Mac there, and there goes the Metric's going to be down, and the rest gets rezzed as well. But the Echo goes down, but that's unfortunately a D.Va, and the Cassid goes down as well, but the kills are still coming out. And it looks like it's going to be the Bag Alert that is going to have the advantage.
Yeah, Bag Alert does come out on top, but what I will say is Monarchs did exactly what they wanted to and exactly what they have been doing, where they got a tick onto B. That's what they want, and that's what their crazy, super fast strat is all about, just exploding onto the point, getting a little bit of tick, and then resetting and doing it again.
Yeah, I mean, if it works out for them, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that looks like what they may be trying to do again is trying to move on to the point here from the left side over there. But they do teleport onto the point once again. There's so many. Double kill actually coming out. This could be actually in their favor now, as they do have the advantage on for ultimate-wise. They're going to be using a lot of ultimates as the beatdown goes down. And the Monarchs are just trying to rack up on some of these kills here. What are you going to watch out? Because Bag Alert spawn, like you're saying, is right there. And still kills coming out from Bag Alert here, but you know, Monarchs are very close from getting a 3rd tick here, but it may not be enough.
And that's going to get taken down, and Monarchs are in fact going to be able to finish off point B. This insane strategy where they just constantly teleport onto the point from different angles with Symmetra ended up working, and I love it. I'm here for this. This is fantastic. Whittled them down. I mean, it's grand finals, right? This is a perfect strat to use during grand finals when you know that your opponent has been playing games all day. They're worn out, they're wearing down, and you know what? You're just going to fatigue them even more by constantly teleporting onto the point. If it doesn't work, reset, try it again from a different angle. I love this from Monarchs.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see what the Monarchs will do on the defense here against Bag Alert with the 2 points on the board here. I would like to see if the Monarchs can hold them off from getting those 2 points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, of course, there is an opportunity that we end in a draw. I kind of said it jokingly at the beginning here, but if both teams are able to complete the map twice, it'll end in a draw. That's just kind of how Assault works. So it is definitely in Monarch's best interest to hold them here. They have 1 minute and 41 seconds on the board. That's not a lot of time. It is a little bit of time to make something happen, but just based on how Bag Alert held them, it's not as much time as they'd like.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to see from them here. As it's going to be paused on my screen. Is it paused on your screen?
Yes, indeed. It's probably potentially some of the players taking a technical timeout, using that time to pause real quick. We might have some technical issues but we will have to see as we wait. Meanwhile, we can take a look at the Monarchs lineup because they are on the defense. We again see that pharmacy that has been so deadly. The main thing though is this Mercy kept getting killed out early on Nepal. They have to keep Mercy alive if they want this pharmacy combo to work and be successful.
Yeah, and it is gonna be 2 points, so it may be hard for Bag Alert to get to that point there. So it'd be interesting to see what they can do against a team like the Monarchs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Monarchs have had such a fantastic run through this bracket. Of course, Bag Alert's run is by no means a small feat as well. Monarchs just starting out very, very strong. We know that they were best on Escort. We haven't even seen them on Assault, but this push, honestly, I cannot get enough out of this Symmetra teleport comp that they decided to go all in for. I love the enthusiasm and the sheer focus onto this comp that they just needed it to work. I'm interested to see if Bag Alert will also be taking a similar comp. Sometimes if you're like, well, it worked for them, maybe it'll work for us, or if they have something else in mind, because remember, this is Bag Alert's map pick. Hanamura is where they wanted to go. This is what they wanted to sit on, and this is where they feel most comfortable when it comes to game number 3. Match point for both teams. $600 for first place is on the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money if you think about it. Well, it's a lot of money if you think about it, but it's got to be split 6 ways. So it's really only $100 per person, but it's like your daily Sunday drive, just getting some money. That's what some of them would like to do. Just, casual Sunday drive,
Yeah, a casual Sunday drive. I mean, hey, $600, you're right, is split 6 ways with all 6 players. That is in fact $100 per player, but that is a pretty penny. I would love to make $100. I'd like to have $100 for a Sunday. So can't knock it too much. Of course, we are having a little bit of technical difficulties. We have a little bit of a pause coming out here, so please bear with us. You get to see our lovely faces a little bit longer. I know if you've been with us for the entirety of the day, thank you so much for coming out, for watching the stream, for supporting Stay Plugged In, as well as these high school students who are fantastic at the game, much better than myself, for sure. And I get so excited when we talk about high school to collegiate, this pipeline that we have here, because as we see, players are getting younger and younger, and they're getting better and better. And high school is the start to the pinnacle that these players are climbing to. So I get so excited. There's so many places you can go from here.
Yeah, most definitely. And I believe they just got told that they're just going to be pausing the gameplay. I don't know if it's a technical timeout or what it is, but either way, they are going to be pausing the game momentarily, and we should be starting back up soon, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, right? Like this is over. This is esports. I was going to say this is Overwatch, but this is more esports, right? If technical issues happen, that's just kind of the lay of the land. But while we're here, we have time to talk, and we can talk a little bit. We mentioned it earlier. We have some. Oh, okay. All right. Interestingly enough, we are going to be looking here. Looks like we're going to be getting back into the game. While we were dealing with the technical issues, the players themselves were not dealing with technical issues whatsoever. They were just moving forward, and Bag Alert, with a massive time bank, finished up the map. They have 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Wow. What happened while we were gone? We will never know.
That's very interesting. That's how fast did they do that?
Very quickly. Very, very quickly indeed. I would love to see what sort of comp they were running and what happened there. But Bag Alert is going to be on the defense first, which means Monarchs They have the sim, they have the Symmetra ready. I think they're just going to keep using the same strat. It worked before. They do have much less time to work with, but if they can at least capture point A, that will give them a nice leg up and the chance to secure the victory against Bag Alert. But I mean, we missed it. We missed whatever happened here, but Bag Alert, they must have done some sort of magic. 4 minutes and 57 seconds. That is an intimidating time bank to play against.
Yeah, and you know, it's not a lot of time for Monarchs, so like we've seen this situation before where one team had more time and they did eventually end up winning here. But here we go with the first fight. Here we have the Reinhardt just getting all this damage up the front here, and most of them are pretty low. Need to watch out for that, but luckily the healers are right there to heal them some more. But you know, limited time, and Monarchs are not looking good on this first initial fight here.
Yeah, again, very smart from the Monarchs. They realize they've lost 2 players. It's more beneficial for them to just back out, reset, and prepare to take another swing at it. A minute left. Time is just dwindling. It is against you. You have to be feeling the pressure. This is grand finals to get another beautiful teleport. This time they have a Maywall to back it up and window from Baptiste going down. This is exactly what they need to get back into this game. If they can get 1 tick, it will allow them at least the opportunity to win. But a crazy shatter from the side of Bag Alert. It's not going to amount to anything, though.
Yeah, I mean, they still have not gotten that first tick, but eventually does now. But it's still going to be Bag Alert just putting some damage into the fight here. But it's going to be Monarchs that are still going to be on top here.
Oh my gosh, Monarchs wipe Bag Alert, and they're moving to Objective B. Oh my gosh, they're going for the quick move. They have the Symmetra. They can go around. I don't think they're... Oh no, I thought they were going to do it. I really don't think Bag Alert would have been ready for that.
Yeah, they're just going to instantly push up here with Bag Alert on the top here, and they do teleport to the top over there. But it still could be anyone's game, but what a Maywall coming out. But it eventually does get 2 kills, though. And this is the final fight. If Monarchs do want to get this point here, with less than 30 seconds remaining here, this could be huge for Bag Alert to get all these kills that they are getting at this point. But still, Monarchs have a lot of ultimates on their side.
Yeah, and they were able to get halfway through tick 2, so they do have a comfortable position here. They'll be even more comfortable if they can finish off the point, but they have 5 seconds. I'm not sure they can get there fast enough, especially with this Lucio, who's going to boop off one. They did touch for overtime, but that is just about it. So for the side of Monarchs, they got halfway through tick 2, and that's where they're going to end. That means we will no longer be ending in a draw. It is either winner or loser here. Bag Alert, a little under 5 minutes for their time bank. Monarchs are going to have to dig in deep.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's going to be a pretty even game. I mean, we didn't see what Bag Alert did, but obviously they did something. If they can do it again and sweep through Monarchs once again, they could win the grand finals.
Absolutely. Bag Alert sees money right now. You know, you talk about people who are angry, they're seeing red. Bag Alert, they see that bag. They have plenty of time in their time bank. They should be feeling pretty confident. You know, they wiped through Monarchs for that point. They have so much time to work with. An interesting comp here. Winston Roadhog, not something you see every day. Okay, yeah, switching off. But again, the Sigma Roadhog, even the Diva Roadhog, having the Roadhog as a main tank, not something we normally see. Typically, we see Roadhog paired with an Orisa because the Halt Hook is just such a good combo. And I was really interested to see Bun was hovering over that Widowmaker, but instead they're opting for the Symmetra, trying to get a little bit more pressure with the teleport.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they will do the same trick that the Monarchs did. And that looks like what they do. They do eventually get in there. And this is already off the bat, just the Bag Alert just trying to do what they can to try to get these early ticks on the point here, which they are doing with getting a lot of damage here, not allowing any of the Monarchs to get onto the point.
Oh, they have to be careful. They dropped Immortality Field very, very early. Bun's going to get a kill on the Cassidy. Andrew's going to take out the Orisa. And again, Monarchs are struggling to hold this point for any period of time. Barely at Oh my goodness. Yeah, they are just going to be running to the side. And this is what I thought Monarchs were going to do in the beginning here. I think this is a perfect play. Bag Alert from the side. They are rushing the point. Oh, a beautiful.
Yeah, this is what Bag Alert could do. This is the final fight. This could be one of the final fights here. Bag Alert already getting a lot of these kills out the way here with a lot of teleports coming out as well. With actually one going down as well. But what a shatter kill coming out from Darman there. But it's might be going to the advantage of the Monarchs here. The Bag Alert may not be able to get this point as quickly as I thought as they wanted to.
Yeah, Nat's going to get de-mech'd. And Monarchs actually able to hold here. Only a little bit of progression on the side of Bag Alert, and that'll reset once they get everyone off of that point. As we see here, Monarchs, 4 minutes. They have to put everything into this defense. They have to stop anything that Bag Alert throws at them. It really is just one win, one fight win, and Bag Alert wins it all.
Yeah, and you know, Bag Alert have the capability of doing so as a major teleport coming out from them right now, and it is going to be another big fight coming out from Bag Alert with the Monarchs here.
Yeah, they just dropped all of their ultimates, Blizzard, Wall, even Beat as well, and now we see Diva Bomb. There's not much that Monarchs can do as they are like dominoes. One member of Monarchs is left, and that's gonna be it. They're so close to finishing it off. Shatter's gonna come through from Donmin, the double charge, and now we have the Reinhardt from the side of Monarchs just doing their best to stay alive, stay on point, prevent anything from Bag Alert. But actually, Bag Alert couldn't finish it. They couldn't finish it.
That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate coming out from Bag Alert. It's so very close, and they still have all the time in the world to do what they need to do to get these points on the board for them.
Yeah, this is a very scary situation for Monarchs. Obviously, ideally, they don't want Bag Alert to reach that first tick, and now they just need to get half a tick in order to win.
And it's very close. It still could go either way. I mean, only half a tick is not that much to get through, but Monarchs have some ultimates available as well, but Bag Alert's be trying to do their best to try to push through here. But yeah, the Symmetra is going to be doing some work as kills are still coming in onto Bag Alert here.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, Monarch did a fantastic job of just stopping that aggression from Bag Alert. And now Monarchs have the ultimate advantage. They have Beat and Soldier 76 ultimate. They have aim hacks, if you will, for Soldier's ult. On the side of Bag Alert, they have got that May ultimate Blizzard, and Beat will be up shortly as well.
Yeah, plenty of time for either of these teams to do anything with this point so far. And like I said, ultimates available for Bag Alert, and they could very well start to use them, which they might be able to as a beatdown goes down as well. But you see Rogue, what a wonderful wall accident coming out. There's gonna be a lot of kills again going on to Bag Alert. Bag Alert is not able to do anything to try to get on the point or nothing. Monarchs are not letting them touch the point at all.
Yeah, what a great play. And they're just going to keep this baby diva alive. Probably try to body block the diva from going off the edge. There they go. They're going to finish off the kill. Again, very, very smart. A minute remaining. Bag Alert has lost all of their momentum, all of their advantage, and it is going to come down to this one last fight. But unfortunately, yeah, they just need to wait for everyone to regroup. Diva going to be that last one due to the smart play from Monarchs, just stalling out that baby diva. Now they burst onto the point. This may be it. This may be it indeed. Blizzard's going to basically cover the entirety of the point.
Yeah, a lot of kills coming out from Bag Alert. This could be the final fight coming out as a lot of kills came out. But it may not be enough, but it is. It is going to be Bag Alert with the grand finals win. Well done to Bag Alert. They fought so hard to get it, but they eventually ended up getting it. And it's going to be moving fish as Echo with the play of the game. Definitely well deserved. And Monarchs just were looking so strong, but the Monarchs couldn't get there quick enough. Let's see the play of the game. There's some multiple kills coming out.
Yeah, that is Echo on that Rhine. Just swing, hammer, win game indeed. Wow, what an incredible grand finals match that went all the way down to the wire. It almost looked impossible for Monarchs, and they almost brought it back 5 minutes, playing against 5 minutes when they only had a minute and 40 seconds in their own time bank. That was an incredible hold. They almost kept it, but at the end, Bag Alert exploding onto the point, switching up their strategy so many times just to keep Monarchs guessing, and Bag Alert's going to take it at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that's well deserved for Bag Alert. They have looked strong all day, even though we haven't watched most of the games. Most of the games were pretty much of a shutout. Even they even beat the number 1 seed, so they definitely deserve that win.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, though, I have to say, Dimitri, I think Onside of Monarchs is my favorite player of the day. We saw so many good things from them. We weren't able to see too many defense amp matrix eating a lot of ultimates, but just the rest of the day, we saw so many defense amps just eating through ultimates, shutting down players' most vital part of their kit. It's so strong, and it's so much fun to watch when you get to see a really competent D.Va player just eating through everything.
Yeah, of course. And like I said before, interesting game. Congratulations to both the teams. It was fun casting today, but always keep in mind there are still going to be more events that are going to be in the future for Spin. We have the Carry to College Part 2, which is going to be from May 13th through the 15th, which should be very interesting as well. And the games for that one is going to be League of Legends, Valorant, and Call of Duty for part number 2.
Oh, I'm
And
so for that one. I cannot wait for Carry to College 2. Remember, Carry to College is a 4-part series, so we are just getting started. There is more incredible action coming up.
yeah, and don't forget, we also have our upcoming recruiting events. We have this one. We have, of course, with this one, and then we have the next one. It will be Catawba Campus Series, which will be in Hickory, North Carolina, from April 9th through the 10th, which I'll be casting Rocket League at, and there will also be Valorant and Smash for that one as well. And then you got the Spinadoa, which you know about.
Yeah. Spinadoa coming to Shenandoah University in Winchester, Virginia. It's going to be League of Legends, Super Smash Brothers, Valorant, Rocket League. You're going to come out to the Shenandoah campus. You'll see me because I'm there. We'll have a fantastic time. It's always great competition, a lot of great people, a lot of good colleges to talk to. And that this is the place to be if you want to get into esports. You're interested about getting into esports as a profession or as a degree. It's the perfect place. And then finally, we're going to have the Helix Recruiting Showcase. That's going to be at Foxborough, Massachusetts. That's going to be the same time as PAX East. So they're basically going to be side-by-side events. And as I'm talking about PAX East, thank you, production, so much. They Stay Plugged In also has a recruiting showcase during PAX East. At PAX East, it's going to be Valorant, $7,500. That's a lot of money for Valorant. You are not going to want to miss it. It's live competition, going to be on stage. What more can you say? Valorant, you're going to get to compete in Valorant at PAX East. That's incredible.
Yeah, most definitely. But like I said, it was a fun day of casting. We've been here probably since about 12 this morning, and I enjoyed every minute of it, every second of it, especially with you, Mr. Hamster. It was a great time casting. And of course, you got to thank the production team. You got Xander, and you got J-Loff in the back there, doing what you see on the screen and the production and looking at everything. Just gotta give it up to them because they're the one behind all the magic. And of course, gotta give it to the players, all the teams that played today. There's so many teams, so many great players, so many great games that we saw today, and it was just a great experience overall.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been so much fun. I love to see such high level Overwatch, especially from the high school scene. And remember, if you're a player, if you're a college, you're interested, you want to get involved because of the high level that we see here, make sure to go to the Stay Plugged In website. There's opportunities to sign up whether you're a player or a college, just a way to connect players and colleges together, because Stay Plugged In, one of the best, if not the best, high school to collegiate pipelines out there right now. They are really ahead of the game right now.
Most definitely. But I believe that's going to be everything for our closing remarks. Again, thank you for all watching and staying around, sticking around for the whole day. And of course, we can't wait to see you next time. And of course, there is streams every Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursday, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it alternates, but yes, there are weeklies that they have Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. That, of course, is Rocket League on Tuesday, Valorant on Wednesday, and Smash on Thursdays. So come out to them. It's $100 every time. They alternate the streams, I do believe.
All right, well, that's going to be it from all of us. I believe we went over everything for the closing remarks. So again, I'm the Space God, and I got Mr. Hamster over here. That was my co-host, and it was fun casting for y'all today, and I hope everyone has a wonderful day.